okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8? Right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on futures right now. We are down, but of course we're hovering at all-time highs. Yesterday, even though we closed off 1/3 of 1%, we still closed at 68.90. So that is at a record high, and we just opened higher than the close the day before. So futures down about 0.5% on the S&P and the NASDAQ, a little bit more on the Russell 2000 here, the opening bell. Down at New York Stock Exchange, the Fortune Cyber 60 ringing the bell there. It's an appropriate day for that. Down at the NASDAQ, you have Solstice ringing the opening bell. Look, Mark Hudmore had a great piece out today. Stop kidding yourself. Nothing else matters beyond AI. So let's take a look at those stocks right now. The big mega cap tech stocks. Meta Platforms in the cash trade down almost 12%. So Mark Zuckerberg coming out and saying, no matter how much I spend, it's never enough. And next year is going to be more. Investors are a little bit concerned about that, obviously. Microsoft down just 2%. Amy Hood, the CFO, Microsoft also saying, like, I can't get enough supply. We have to spend more. Alphabet shares are up right now because more people are using Google Gemini. I think 44% more in the last 3 months alone. So it's really the winner in terms of momentum. Of course, it hasn't eclipsed ChatGPT yet, but they're also growing the cloud in a massive way, like 34% in terms of cloud revenue. Apple, after the bell, we're going to get the results there, and we're all waiting with bated breath. Right now, it's up 1 1/3%. For more on the tech picture, we're joined by Bloomberg tech co-host Ed Ludlow. And Ed, we were talking with Caroline Hyde about how spending just continues to ramp up, and although cloud revenue rises, it's just not a commensurate gain.
Yeah, but look at the number that's green on your screen, right? Alphabet. So what we got from all of the names was capital expenditures figures. In the brinkmanship between Wall Street's nervousness on seeing return on the capex and the company's commitment saying this is our capex, only Alphabet gave us any kind of further number, and that is that they said that the revenues from products directly tied to the investments in generative AI were up 200% from a year earlier. Otherwise, the investors don't have anything to model for, right, on what the return is coming out the other side.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And for Facebook, it's especially difficult because, I mean, Caroline Hyde was just telling me that they apparently have an AI app. I didn't realize that. I use, obviously, ChatGPT. I use Google Gemini, but there's no single revenue like line item at Facebook that you can point to and say, see, it's working.
Correct, and Meta didn't formally guide us on that for the next fiscal year. They just indicated that on the capital expenditures side, it would be notably higher than the 72 billion at the top end for this fiscal year. Meta's decline of 12%, by the way, puts it on track for its biggest drop since the end of 2022 on a closing basis. So, like, this is severe. But on the other hand, you know, Meta is not a hyperscaler, Matt. One of the things to understand about it, beyond investors having some kind of top-line growth guide, is that all of the investments Meta is making is also to give capacity to its teams internally. You know, advertising is still its bread and butter, but when they have new data center capacity that comes on, that's for used for training AI models or running it, they have competition from their own teams who all go to the CFO and the other executives and say, we need that capacity to make this ad product better or more effective or monetize it better. And that's a problem that's unique to them that the hyperscalers don't have to deal with necessarily.
I mentioned Mark Hudmore's piece that AI is the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
That's maybe overstating the case a little because trade does matter, and Apple's coming out with earnings after the bell. What do we expect from the big device maker?
Yeah, the first $100 billion September quarter. So that could be notable. The soft or third-party data indicates that the iPhone 17 generation is tracking ahead of the prior generation in early sales. The quarter they're reporting will include 2 weeks where the iPhone 17 generation was on sale. And there is a caution, there have been years where the soft or third-party data says it's doing badly, and then Apple's earnings come around and give us the complete opposite picture. So it can go both ways. But Apple has also communicated in the last 2 quarters their expectation for tariff impact. And actually, it was mitigated. It was not as bad as they first guided us on, but that will be a factor in it. Just as we learned this earnings season, like a tax issue was a factor on net income for Meta, and it was for Netflix in its tax dispute with Brazil. So idiosyncratic things come up all the time. But for Apple, it's a simple story. Did the iPhone 17 do well or not in the 2 weeks it was on sale in the quarter they're going to report? And then all the big picture questions for Apple are always there and they haven't changed.
All right, Ed, thanks very much. Really looking forward to your program today. Ed Ludlow, co-host Bloomberg Tech, that kicks off in an hour and 25 minutes. Let's bring back New York Life Investments.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell. We are live on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We are doing this live stream on October 30th. I will be putting this on all my channels. I have YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Click the links in the description of this video and all my videos to make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I also have X and GETTR. You can also follow me on TikTok, Substack, and Patreon. All these videos I do are for free to give you my perspective on the news, how to manage the markets, but also how to improve your health and wellness. If you pay attention to me, you will be able to slow down the aging process and improve your immune system. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you like the content that I make, share the links, ask your social media to follow me, and you can also donate on my website through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on the homepage at the very bottom of the page. Greatly appreciate it. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon or Substack. By helping through donations and purchasing the products that I have allows me to do these videos for free. In addition, I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology on my website. So take a look at that to help support the work that I do. Now, in terms of getting prepared for the fall and the winter season, it's super important to get prepared. And that means making sure that you get the drops and the lozenges. I have honey and lemon, cherry, and also blueberry flavor in stock. Very high quality drops and lozenges. The lozenges are in elderberry zinc. But have a few bags at your home or at work. And once you have that throat irritation, you can mitigate it by taking these structural nanosilver drops and lozenges. The moment you have that throat irritation, use them right away to mitigate the problem. It's really important to catch it early. So please take my advice, get the drops and the lozenges from my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5, and it's $5 off. In addition, it's really important to detoxify your body. And by detoxifying your body, you're going to improve your immune system, your endocrine system, your liver, your kidneys, even your brain function. So go to my store and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within about 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops in the morning, drink the filtered water, do that every day, and you'll be improving your immune system and your endocrine system and your other bodily systems. Super important. Make sure you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods. But taking this every day is going to allow you to improve your body because you're getting rid of those toxins that you've accumulated over the years. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink it with filtered water. All right, we're going to go to Bloomberg and listen in while I cycle in the different videos.
Investments. Now, some of the movers on our radar include drug makers. Merck, for example, trimmed sales guidance as growth for its main drug, Keytruda, failed to meet estimates. Eli Lilly boosted its revenue forecast as sales of Zepbound nearly tripled after price drops. That's obviously the weight loss drug that rivals Wegovy and Ozempic. Novo Nordisk offered, speaking of, to acquire obesity drug developer Metsera for at least $6.5 billion. It's higher bid than Pfizer's agreed bid in September, and well, Novo calls it superior. Pfizer calls it. Let's discuss with Bloomberg health reporter Madison Miller. She joins me here at the desk, and this bidding war is getting pretty hot. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard one bidder call another bidder reckless. What do they mean?
Yeah, it's definitely intense. This morning, it's been some juicy drama in the pharma world amid lots of pharma earnings. So there's lots going on. But Pfizer, as we talked about, really has wanted to get into obesity for a long time. Obviously, it's a red hot market. They are a huge drug maker in the United States, and they're sort of one of the ones that are not in this market right now. It's really dominated by Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. So Metsera is one of the obesity startups that's trying to develop a next generation drug, potentially easier to take, gentle on the stomach. You know, we've talked about these drugs have side effects like nausea and vomiting. And so it's created a bit of
How much have you?
a bit more now.
To say nausea and vomiting.
Yeah. It's better than diarrhea.
You guys are happy. Okay, that's a very good point. I'm surprised that Lilly is doing so well, considering how difficult it is for patients to access Zepbound. I spent a lot of time on the Reddit forums, and they all say they've been kicked off of Zepbound because like CVS doesn't offer it or whatever, and now they have to go to Wegovy or Ozempic. Is that not a problem?
It definitely is a problem, and that's a good point. And Lilly's management had actually said last quarter that they expected that decision, which there was a deal between Novo Nordisk and CVS's drug benefits unit.
The best way for weight loss is to cut your actual food intake, do resistance training to build muscle, because that's going to help to burn fat, improve your metabolism, and allow you to become less insulin resistant, because what happens is when you get fat, you basically become insulin resistant and you start getting diabetes and all that stuff. And taking the Boomer Boost. With taking Boomer Boost in the morning or during lunchtime, and you mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt, and that's your meal for the breakfast or for the lunch. You only do this once a day. And you do the resistance training regularly and do a little bit of cardio, maybe about 65-35 split, 65 resistance training, 35 cardio, maybe even 70% resistance training, and then 30% cardio. But the point here is that by taking the Boomer Boost, this is going to allow you to have that steady burn of energy throughout the day. You're going to have a lot of vitality. You're not going to be sluggish near the end of the day. A lot of people, when they're trying to lose weight, they're sluggish during the end of the day. That's not what happens here. So you can take Boomer Boost to just slow down the aging process and be healthy, like I do. I take this every day. And obviously, I don't need to lose weight. But people can lose weight by taking Boomer Boost and coupling it with proper diet and exercise. And what's going to happen is you're going to have that steady burn of energy. This helps to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. And by doing this regularly, you become less insulin resistant and you're building muscle and you're slowly losing weight. You want to lose weight about 2 pounds per week. You don't want to lose fat. Maybe that first week or two, You might lose more than 2 pounds a week, but a lot of that's water. You're getting rid of water retention and all this. So safely 2 pounds a week. It takes time and it takes effort, but it's detoxifying your body. It's calorie restriction. It's taking the right supplements that will allow you to rev up your metabolism and become less insulin resistant. So Boomer Boost is a great way to get healthy. I take it every day, but you can also use it to lose weight if you use it properly. And like I said, you want to use it either for breakfast or for lunch, not both. And you want to couple it with resistance training. And over time, you are going to lose weight and safely. And you'll have that steady burn of energy. And this is going to boost up that metabolism. Another thing that's important is also bringing down inflammation while you're working out so you recover quicker, so you don't get injured. So that's important. And taking Boomer Boost regularly and you're losing weight over 2 pounds per week, then once you get to your target weight, you can't just stop. What you need to do is maintain a healthy lifestyle, because what happens is that the fat cells have lipids in it, all right? Fatty acids, triglycerides, right? So you have these triglycerides that are in the fat cell, the adipose cell. When you lose weight, you're burning off the triglycerides, right? And this is the reason why you're trying to go into ketosis to burn all this fat, that's all this triglyceride that is in the fat cell. Once you lose the weight, you don't lose the fat cell. You may have lost weight, but it's those fat cells balloon out with triglycerides. Well, you're just losing weight and you're losing the triglyceride, but you're not losing the fat cell. It takes 5 to 7 years to lose adipose tissue, unless you have liposuction. So you have to maintain a healthy lifestyle for 5 to 7 years, or you'll gain weight. This is part of the reason why people that are thin and they have a hard time gaining weight, because they don't have adipose tissue. But people that are fat that lose weight and then they go back and they're heavier later, or they gain the weight quickly, the reason why is because the adipose tissue is still there. It takes 5 to 7 years for it to cycle where your adipose tissue goes into apoptosis. So just keep that in mind. This is the reason why you want to do it safely and change lifestyle. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. In addition, this Boomer Boost will slow down the aging process, help with your heart and your vascular system, help with brain function, and it will help with musculature, rev up your metabolism and your energy levels. It's very powerful stuff. So you can use this like I'm using it to slow down the aging process. If you're an athlete, you can use this as your post or pre-workout fuel source. And if you need to lose weight, this is a great way to start. Great way to start. So no matter where you are in the spectrum, athlete or obese or in the middle, you can benefit from Boomer Boost. So please go to my store. The powerful stuff, and it's going to slow down the aging process and get you healthy. Go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Take it every day.
News alert, President Trump is on his way back to Washington after a historic week in Asia, and the president ending his trip with the highly anticipated face-to-face meeting with Xi Jinping.
It was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made. There wasn't too much left out there.
I personally think that a lot of this is just rhetoric, and that there's not going to be anything that's really negotiated. It's like a promise. It's a pledge. It's maybe some peripheral things, like maybe they buy some more soybeans. But I'm not so sure that this was such a great meeting, like Trump is saying. I think he's old.
Conclusion on many very important points.
You are
I don't think
watching Fox
I don't think so.
on this Thursday morning. I'm Carly Shimkin.
And on top power, we have huge news coming in right now when it comes to trade, as well as stopping the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. Here to break down some of the key details coming from that meeting is Doug Lazader. Doug.
Hey, good morning. The president said that on a scale of 0 to 10, this meeting was a 12. He boarded Air Force One overnight for the long trip home from South Korea, telling reporters along the way that the meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping was a roaring success.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country in China. We're in agreement on so many elements. I'll be going to China in April. And he'll be coming here sometime after that, whether it's in Florida, Palm Beach, or Washington, D.C.
Okay, the niceties aside, both sides really lowered the temperature, with China agreeing to buy U.S. soybeans and allow the export of rare earth elements. And while Trump said the thorny issue of Taiwan did not come up, the two sides did agree to work together on Ukraine, he said. And Xi acknowledged that the U.S. and China don't always see eye to eye, but the U.S. did agree to lower some of the Trump administration's tariffs put in place to get China to stop selling chemicals used to make fentanyl.
I put a 20% tariff on.
If your CFO wants an updated forecast, just copy last month's tab, update your drivers, and refresh all your links.
Or just use data rates. It pulls live data from your ERP, CRM, and HR systems automatically. You can update your forecast.
I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in, which is a big tariff. And based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%. So it's 10% instead of 40%, effective immediately. I believe he's going to work very hard to stop the debt that's coming in.
And just before the meeting, the president announced that he was reluctantly resuming nuclear tests in response to what other nuclear powers are doing.
That had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing. We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. You know, we've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Okay, but as far as the talks are concerned, you have both China and the United States appearing to be taking a step back from an all-out trade war, and the president said that a signed trade agreement may not be far behind.
Of course, we'll be waiting for that. Doug Lazader, great recap. We appreciate it. With that, let us bring in former military diplomat to Asia, Brent Sadler. Brent, based upon what we know about the details of this meeting, what we heard from Doug Lazader, give it a grade based upon the U.S. side.
I'd say it's an A, and the reason for that is both sides clearly wanted the same thing, a positive beginning to a new phase of these negotiations. And I think it was helpful that they included more than just economics in these negotiations, because there's quite a lot of issues that are weighing in on this bilateral relationship.
Well, just before the meeting took place, the president posted this about nuclear weapons. The United States has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office. Because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it, but had no choice. Russia is second, China a distant third, but will be even within 5 years. Because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to begin testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The president, like I said, posted that just before this meeting with Xi Jinping started, which is no doubt strategic.
No, absolutely, very strategic. And it was the only question that you heard asked on camera before the press was ushered out of the meeting. The United States, since 2010 under President Obama, has taken far too long a delay in recuperating its nuclear enterprise. We can't even manufacture the warheads that we were producing during the Cold War, and it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time to revive that. And this testing that President Trump mentioned is long overdue, but it's also a strategic signal. And I think it's important to note that he listed both Russia and China as to why the United States is having to revive its nuclear arsenal.
Of course, rare earths were a priority in these discussions. Here's the president on rare earths. Listen.
The rare earth has been settled. And that's for the world. I mean, worldwide. This was a worldwide situation, not just the US situation. So we continue to produce the rare earths and buy the rare earths and everything else, when you see from other countries. But China is that whole situation, that roadblock is gone now. There's no roadblock at all on rare earth. That will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
Oh, okay, Brent, so you heard the president right there saying the roadblock is gone. Are you, though, confident, being an expert in Asia as you are, that China will no longer use rare earth minerals as a cudgel over us?
I think it's important to note that there's a 1-year window in a lot of these tariff and sanction reliefs. So it's very much a trust but verify, and we'll see how things go in the near future. But I think the world, certainly allies like Japan, have felt the sting of China's use of rare earths as a political tool, and I think the Chinese will use it again, and maybe even some other corner of the market that they control, perhaps even in shipbuilding or shipping in the future. But what is also very true is many countries now are investing in the very critical refining of these rare earths. So the market is diversifying and I think de-risking an over-reliance on China refining of these rare earths, and that's a good thing for all of our partners and allies.
Yeah, Brent, 7 years ago in Argentina, President Trump had a similar conversation with Xi Jinping when it comes to fentanyl, asked Xi Jinping to stop the flow of the fentanyl precursors into our country, and Xi agreed, and then did nothing to change China's behavior despite that agreement. So while there appears to have been a lowering of temperatures between our two countries as a result of this face-to-face, do you think anything in the long run will really change as a result of this meeting?
The only way that things will change in a meaningful and sustained way is on the issue of rare earths in particular, is if other countries in the United States develop their own ability to refine what they need in the rare earths. The material itself is not hard to get, but the refining is actually pretty caustic and produces a lot of pollution. We have to find a way to do more of that ourselves. A lot of countries are doing that. That's a good thing to de-risk this. We can't be over-reliant on China, who may be in friendly relations or tending in that back to friendly relations. They are not a friend or a partner overall.
Well, it was an hour and 40-minute long meeting, and like Doug said at the top, the president said from a 0 to 10 scale, it was a 12. So he's on Air Force One, pleased with the outcome of this face-to-face. Brent Sadler, thank you for joining us this morning.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, charcoal tea tree, and also lemongrass. So get a few bars for your household. These are very high quality soaps that I use every day, but especially for the fall and the winter. It's made from structural nano silver, very high quality. You're not going to be able to get anything better over at the store that you normally go to get your soaps. So please go to my store and get those items. Another great item that is really important to take during the fall and the winter, but also year round, is the Max 35 or the Cleanse. This will help to boost up your immune system. Now, Max 35 or Cleanse, you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or so, and then swallow it. What this will do is improve your oral cavity, improve your oral pharynx, help with your mucosal lining, and help the health of the epithelial lining in your oral pharynx. Super important, especially during the fall and the winter. If you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, take a teaspoon or two a day. Again, swish it in your mouth, gargle, and then swallow it. This is going to help to boost up your immune system and protect that epithelial lining. Super important. Now, you can do this every day to boost up that immune system and slow down the aging process. I've been taking this protocol for over 5 years. So please go to my store and get the Max 35 or the Cleanse. Take it every day and boost up that immune system. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off in order. All right, this is DW about what happened with the meeting with Xi.
At Fastly, we drive performance and security. Websites, apps, entertainment. Experiences everywhere your
US President Donald Trump and China's Xi Jinping have reached an agreement which is expected to ease tensions over US-China trade. The leaders met for much anticipated talks in South Korea. Now, while there was no major breakthrough at the meeting, President Trump says he agreed to reduce tariffs in exchange for concessions from Beijing on a range of issues, including rare earth exports and agricultural imports.
It was a chance to iron out the kinks.
Good to see you again. Good to see you again.
After months of a tit-for-tat trade war, US President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping sat down in South Korea with demands on the table. For the US, that was access to rare earth minerals. China wanted reduced tariffs and a pathway to American-made chips. Both got what they wanted.
I thought it was a great meeting. I think it was a very friendly meeting. It was a good meeting for two very large, powerful countries. And that's the way we should get along with them.
The US has agreed to shave China's overall tariff rate by 10% to 47% in response to stricter Chinese measures to stop the flow of fentanyl to the US. In turn, China will pause export controls on rare earth minerals, crucial to the production of cars, planes, smartphones, and weapons.
That whole situation, that roadblock is gone. There's no roadblock at all on rare earth that will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
While the one-year agreement is a step in the right direction, a more comprehensive trade deal is yet to be struck. Trump said the deal would be signed, quote, pretty soon, while Xi Jinping said the countries should finalize the next steps as soon as possible.
The two agreed to maintain regular communication. President Trump looks forward to visiting China next year and invited President Xi Jinping to the US.
Two global powers calling a trade truce for now.
We're going to talk about this with Klaus Sung, an analyst at the Mercator Institute for China Studies, who specializes in China's global strategy. Welcome, Klaus. Great to have you here in the studio. President Trump sounding really enthusiastic about his meeting with President Xi. He's talking about an agreement on lower tariffs and about China withdrawing export restrictions on rare earths. Can we say, though, that this is really a trade deal?
I think we're in a pause from both sides about their tension in trade, specifically when President Trump get into office earlier this year. We see after Liberation Day, we see the tariff keep going on, and both sides is adding up from each side, from Beijing side and from the Washington side. So we might see a pause here, but it's not a complete deal. We are seeing that it's on a year review basis. We are seeing that they've had a pause, and they will continue to talk about that in the coming years, and to see whether they really abiding with these, and whether we'll see President Trump or the Chinese side have different things to come up with. So they pause on the harbor fees, they pause on the rare earth export, stop buying the soybean. But is it really a deal? I think we don't see that much from the Chinese side yet.
Let's talk about what China is saying. It's promising to control the export of the ingredients that make the drug fentanyl. Mm-hmm. It would lift restrictions on exporting rare earths. Mm-hmm. And as you said, it says it's going to buy more soybeans from the US. If it does all of this, what would China get in return?
I think what China get in return is the reduce of the tariff to, I think, from the 57% to 47% from today, as we just hear from most media reports. But I think China need that. China need to sustain its economy and to maintain a proper external environment to reduce the tension with US. So its economy would not get harder and harder. And I think that is important for China to get in return, to stabilize the relationship, not just economic, but also the overall relationship between US and China in that sense.
So this is a win for China. President Trump likes being the winner, doesn't he? We hear that a lot. So who made more concessions in the end? Who is the winner here?
I think we don't see a clear winner yet on the trade deal per se, or the trade terms per se, not even a deal. But we are seeing that Trump and Xi will, at least from the Chinese side, they get in a more equal position with American, right? So in the Beijing's perspective, Beijing has the power or capability that to sit on the same table, and we're seeing that it's Trump chasing Xi. But we don't see that coming up that much from the Chinese side talking about the meeting, right? Chinese announce or confirm the meeting very lately in a sense, rather than we're seeing that, unlike Trump keeps saying they're meeting, they might be meeting, might be not, right? We're seeing that China commit in a very firm position, a firm position that we are seeing. Of course, American having a very strong demand, as we see in Kuala Lumpur's meeting between the two sides of negotiator. But we are seeing that China take a very stern position and are able to refute compared to other countries which give in to Trump very quickly in the past couple of months. China's still not yet giving in to Trump's request on tariffs.
So China's in a stronger position. Would you say then that the tariff war between the US and China is over?
I wouldn't say it's completely over, but it's in a pause. Right? We are seeing that they are both keeping leverage to each other. They can still apply that. Both China and US need each other in certain degree, and they are essential to each other. No matter it's rare earth from China or chips from US, both sides want stability, but both sides don't want to give in too much. There are still structural issues here between US and China in their competition. We're seeing a pause, but it's not the end of the competition.
Klaus Sung, analyst at the Mercator.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I love being a chef.
All right, we're going to go to Fox Business about China wants to destroy the US. Oh boy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, allow your dendritic connections to improve, so you're thinking faster, you have better memory. This will allow you to concentrate on tasks at home or at work or even at school. You should be taking this every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. This is a great brain stack for you to be able to concentrate. And again, you take this regularly and you drink the filtered water, what you're going to notice is that your dendritic connections are improving, you're thinking faster, and you're going to have better memory. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. We're in agreement on so many.
The old guard of Trump.
I'll be going to China in April. And he'll be coming here sometime after that, whether it's in Florida, Palm Beach, or Washington, D.C.
That's President Trump en route back to Washington from his Asia trip right now after meeting with China's Xi Jinping overnight in South Korea. The president lowered his 57% tariff on China to a new level of 47%. Due to Beijing's actions in reducing the production of deadly fentanyl, the president said. Watch.
What will your new tariff rate on China's goods be once you ship?
Other than what we initially tariffs have been exactly the same.
55%.
It's about, it was 57, now it's 47. Because we reduced it by the fentanyl. Because I believe they are really taking strong action. We've already seen the action on fentanyl, and they're taking very strong action. So we reduced it 10%.
The president also breaking.
With a shield level annuity from Bright House Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Bright House Financial, built for what's ahead.
The president also breaking news on Truth Social last night saying, quote, President Xi authorized China to begin the purchase of massive amounts of soybeans, sorghum, and other farm products, saying China also agreed that they will begin the process of purchasing American energy. In fact, a very large-scale transaction may take place concerning the purchase of oil and gas from the great state of Alaska, writes the president. President Trump said a signed trade agreement may not be far behind. Joining me now with some reaction is GETTR Institute Senior Fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Looks like it was a successful meeting. Your reaction?
Well, first of all, it's good that the Chinese are purchasing American energy and farm products. And we've seen that they've already bought a couple cargoes of soybeans. But really what we have here, I think, is essentially the United States saying that there was agreement on almost everything. But the Chinese were far more restrained in their official reaction. And I don't know if the Chinese are closer to the mark or they're trying to make President Trump look bad or both. But of course, that's got to be of some concern.
When you say the Chinese are much more, it's a different reaction from the Chinese, what are you referring to specifically?
Yeah, there were statements from the foreign ministry basically saying, well, it's just normal for large countries to have trade frictions. And that doesn't seem to be a sort of like there was agreement on almost everything, which is what President Trump said. We just don't know. And we will only know with the passage of time.
Yeah, we don't know, and we're not sure what other issues came up. Did the president talk about the constant surveillance that China does on America? Did Jimmy Lai's name was he brought up? Was any of the undermining that China has done to America come up? Where do you find agreement there? And we don't know because we haven't seen the write-through of the meeting. But what would you like to see the U.S. do in terms of dealing with China in the future?
Well, I like to see reciprocity. So, for instance, President Trump gave them a concrete benefit yesterday. He reduced the overall tariff rate by 10 percentage points. Right. But we have not seen concrete Chinese actions apart from the purchase of the 2 cargoes of soybeans. So, in the past, American presidents have given China benefits in exchange for vague promises of future action. And of course, the Chinese have not carried through. With fentanyl, this is Xi Jinping. He promised to end the fentanyl trade to President Obama in 2016. Xi Jinping promised the same thing to President Trump in 2018. He promised the same thing to President Biden in 2023. And yet the fentanyl continues to flow. So, reducing the rate by 10 percentage points because of progress on fentanyl, I think that that's a little premature.
All right, so you want to trust but verify is what you're saying, and that will take time to verify, Gordon. Let me get your take on Congress working to close this loophole that says China has been able to get around export bans, which have facilitated the sale of our tech to Chinese firms and enabling surveillance of America. There's a new AP report out, Gordon. It says China is getting around the export bans on the sale of powerful American AI chips by renting them through U.S. cloud services. Congress has turned a blind eye to these loopholes that allow China to work around its own rules, such as cloud services, third-party resellers, and holes in sanctions passed after the Tiananmen Square massacre, Gordon. This is an AP report. Of course, China wants those powerful AI chips. Was it American technology that actually enabled communist China to surveil America?
Well, yes, it certainly is true. And it's also American technology that allowed the Chinese regime to surveil Chinese. And it's the American technology that helped China in its program of genocide against the Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities. So we have the biggest names there helping China in all of these malign goals. China's openly said it wants to destroy the United States. And here we are, American tech companies doing what they can to help China. And we have the American government essentially turning a blind eye. And it's time that this end. There are bills from a number of legislators, including Chris Smith of New Jersey. We need to get behind those bills, and we need to align our actions with our ideals. Because if we don't, what we're doing is we're giving confidence to the Chinese regime that we're no better than they are.
Well, these are loopholes, I think, that Congress needs to deal with. I mean, corporate America is going to do whatever corporate America can do to do business and to reach more customers. You've got 1.4 billion people in China. So if it's lawful, expect corporate America to do it. Or are you looking for corporate America to recognize that this is not going to end well for them anyway? So, kissing up to communist China is not going to be a positive for their shareholders and their constituents over the long term.
Yeah, as Jamie Dimon told you in that landmark interview, it's not for JP Morgan to determine the national security interests of the United States. He's absolutely right. And the same thing is true for Amazon services and all the rest that have been helping China. But it is up to the president of the United States, and it's up to us to pressure our president to do the right thing. And clearly right now, we've got a problem at the top.
Well, look, they're the best surveillance in the world, China is, and I'm wondering why we can't compete on that level in terms of our own surveillance. When I asked President Trump about that, he says, "Oh, you don't think we do it?" So obviously we are doing it as well. But then there's North Korea firing off more missile tests just hours before the president's summit in South Korea. There were reports that say the test was conducted to potentially expand the sphere of the country's nuclear armed forces. President Trump was hoping to meet with Kim Jong-un before leaving Asia, but the scheduling did not work out, Gordon. Your reaction to that?
Well, North Korea will always test in order to verify their designs and to improve them. And so they've got that compulsion. But they do time the test for maximum political gain, as we just saw right now. And clearly, this is a demonstration of their timing. North Korea has the missile that can reach all of the continental United States. So right now, we've got to be concerned that they are improving that. And soon they'll be able to make their nuclear weapons to those missiles, and their guidance will be good. They're not quite there yet, but they can put a nuke into the United States right now, in all probability.
Wow. All right, Gordon, we will keep watching all of that. Thanks very much for weighing in. Gordon Chang joining us.
So we're going to go now to the Daily Signal by Victor Davis Hanson about the Democratic Party. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take this stack to slow down the aging process. It's part of my protocol, but also to boost up that immune system for the fall and winter season. Take lignans. This will help to soak up free radicals, bring down inflammation, boost up that immune system, and help with your endocrine system. Turmeric will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Again, that will help with the immune system and even brain function. And ashwagandha root is going to help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Now, when you stack this together, what's going to happen is that you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to be boosting up your immune system for the fall and the winter season. And this will help with your cardiovascular health. Why? Because it's going to soak up those free radicals and bring down inflammation. When you do that, you're reducing plaque formation, because to have plaque to build up in your vascular system, you need inflammation, and what also is needed is oxidized LDL. Well, if you're soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you have less oxidized LDL, therefore less plaque. So that's really important. By bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're helping the health of your neurons. Now, like I've been saying for a long time now, if you're 40 years of age or older, you're going to know people within that cohort group, because of the aftershock of 2020, 30% of individuals that are 40 years of age or older are going to have early onset of dementia. 30%, because of the crisis that we went through in 2020. That means 3 out of 10 people. 3 out of 10 people are going to have early onset of dementia. Out of those 30%, 75% of them are going to have ischemic issues. Either basically it's poor blood flow to the neurons. Now that could happen because of microclots or microbleeding. So like a microhemorrhaging or microclots. But what happens is it slowly is killing off neurons and pushes an individual to lose memory, and their cognitive function starts to decline. About 24.5 to 24.9% of the 30% will end up getting amyloidosis, a buildup of plaque. And about 0.5 to 0.1% of individuals that are of the 30% subset will end up getting prion disease. So prion disease is a very small percentage. It's roughly about 0.1 to 0.5% of 30%. Small percentage. The vast majority of the people are going to get it due to amyloidosis and more so due to microclotting and microbleeding. So it behooves you to protect your neurons. It behooves you to improve your cardiovascular health. Now you can pay attention to me or not pay attention to me. I don't really care. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ashwagandha root, the lignans, and the turmeric, stack them together. They'll slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system so you'll be better off during the fall and the winter. And by having a better immune system, just overall, that's going to help to slow down the aging process. And you're improving your cardiovascular health and bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, or at the cerebral level. And by doing that, you're maintaining the myelin sheath of your neurons. Really important. Use discount 5, get $5 off any order.
The old guard of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi are very worried about this young group of more radical, younger people who want to shut down the government. That was the impetus behind the shutdown. Do not cooperate whatsoever with Donald Trump. Mr. Plattner in Maine, who wants to be the Democratic nominee for the Maine Senate, got the exact replica of the Totenkopf, Death's Head emblem of the 3rd SS Waffen Division in World War II, tattooed on his body. A division that was made up of former death camp guards and special Einsatzgruppen group killers of Jews. It's kind of ironic because no one in the Democratic Party has really criticized him. Remember when Elon Musk did this, they said he was a Nazi. So we know that they were sensitive to it, but the reply of the old guard is to ignore it because they're terrified of them. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily.
I think if you're not using the van to do business travel, then you're missing out. My name's Clay, and I am chief of staff for the go-to-market office. The van.
Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. The Democrats are in a quandary. The old guard of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi are very worried about this young group of more radical Jacobin, younger people who want to shut down the government. That was the impetus behind the shutdown. Do not cooperate whatsoever with Donald Trump, and then take the House and the Senate. The problem that these people have is they are not in the mainstream of American politics. And so they have said things in their past before they were candidates, sometimes during, that are incompatible with the majority of Americans' views on what denotes proper behavior and conduct of a politician or an official. For example, Mr. Plattner in Maine, who wants to be the Democratic nominee for the Maine Senate and run against incumbent Susan Collins, has said some really atrocious things. He's castigated Black people. He says that stereotypically they don't tip. He said that white rural people are racist. He's in a lot of trouble, though, because when he was in the Marine Corps, he went to a tattoo parlor and got a skull and crossbones tattoo. Now, he would like us to believe that this was no big thing, that it was just, I don't know, a skull and young people do stupid things, he said. But it was a long time ago. he's had, I don't know, 17, 18 years to get rid of it if it was something more than skull and crossbones. And it was something more than skull and crossbones because it was not just skull and crossbones. It was the exact replica facsimile of the Totenkopf death's head emblem of the 3rd SS Waffen division in World War II, a division that was made up of former, at least in its 1939 to 41 inception, former death camp guards and special Einsatzgruppen group killers of Jews. And so when he went to this parlor, he put on the official logo of the 3rd Waffen SS Panzer Division. And he's had it on his chest, and he's referred to it himself as a Totenkopf, death's head, the German word. So he knew what he was doing. You can say, well, Victor, do you really believe he's a Nazi? And I'm going to say, I don't know what I believe, but from what he said and what is tattooed on his body, I think he's reckless, indiscriminate, and can't tell the truth. It's kind of ironic because no one in the Democratic Party who's afraid of this base that he represents has really criticized him and said you should drop out of the race. Remember when Elon Musk did this and this, they said he was a Nazi until we found pictures of everybody from Hakeem Jeffries to Barack Obama doing this. So it was, and I think even Elizabeth Warren did this, just a salute. So we know that they were sensitive to it, but the problem is deeper, and that is if you're going to go to your base to get statewide candidates or national candidates, or your old guard is going to emulate the ethos of the base, then you have certain, I don't know, background checks. We have Jay Jones, remember, who's running for Attorney General in Virginia. And it's not that he just happened to say, I would like my Republican opponent to be killed, or I would like to go to his funeral. When he was chastised in a text by a Republican counterpart not to say that, he doubled down. And he said, oh, I would not only like him dead, I would like his children dead and want him to be dead in his wife's arms. And he hasn't really explained. He says that's not him, but he didn't really come forward until it was exposed in the way that Mr. Plattner didn't come forward until it was exposed. And then they can't give adequate explanations of why they said it or why he was tattooed. And they seemingly embarrass the old guard of Democrats, but they don't, because the reply of the old guard is to ignore it because they're terrified of them. And what I think it goes beyond ignoring it. Gavin Newsom recently said that Kristi Noem was going to have a bad day. Thank you, America. What is that? An implied threat that if she came into California with ICE, something bad would happen to her? He said that he wanted to hit Donald Trump in the mouth. If a private citizen put that on social media, the FBI would be knocking on his door. He also said he wanted to hit them in the mouth, his Republican opponents that were engaged, as he is, in redistricting congressional districts. And so we've had Mr. Pritzker, who's warned that he's going to go after ICE agents if, in his view, he feels that they're breaking the law. In his view, I don't know if that means he's going to arrest them or when the state government is going to investigate them and indict them, but it's actually a violation of Article 6 of the Constitution. So what am I getting at is that the new Democratic Party is drawing on a base that is way out of the mainstream. And they're out of the mainstream on the issues of crime, on the border, on illegal immigration, on foreign policy, on energy, radical abortion on demand, transgendered males competing in female sports. But more importantly, the way that they're out of touch is one that's on the record. Their language, their threats, their promises of violence. And that's not going to go away. And the problem that we're having now is this rhetoric is escalating. And the more that they are shut out of official power in the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. And the more they realize that they have to double down in language and heat because they have no light on the issues. In other words, the more they accept that the people do not have what they want to offer, the angrier they get. And so they are controlling this new Democratic Party, the primary system and the base of the party, and the angrier and more violent they get, the more the old guard who's on the way out but does not want to go on the way out will itself either tolerate it or double down on it. Where does this lead? At best, it leads to 20 years of the wilderness, that period, I don't know, comparable to George McGovern's catastrophic left-wing defeat in 1972, in which the Democratic Party committed suicide. They had a little 4-year blip with Jimmy Carter that only reminded people how bad they were, until Bill Clinton in 1992 came back for 8 years. He never won the popular vote over 50%, but he acted as a moderate and he was able to win 49%, 43% in the Electoral College on 2 occasions, and he saved the Democratic Party. That would be the best scenario for them. The worst scenario is they take their rhetoric seriously and they really do want to escalate to violence and use state authority such as they have to challenge the federal government. That's uncharted territory, but we know one thing, it's not going to end well. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. Thank you for tuning in to the Daily Signal. Please like, share, and subscribe.
All right, we're going to now pivot to Times Radio, dealing with Trump's polar opposite trade tactics with Xi infuriates the Chinese. Like we care if the Chinese are upset. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol will soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria, boost up your energy levels so you have more ATP so the cells perform better, and ubiquinol helps to protect neurons. And don't you remember what I said about protecting neurons? You want to do that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high-quality ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Most people that take CoQ10, you're probably taking the wrong kind. This is the best that you can get. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. This stacks also very well with C60 and clarity factor.
From chewing the fat with Donald Trump and then deciding what they're going to do. His line has been decided well before he gets into the room. With Donald Trump, you never know quite what you're going to get.
Now, 2 of the world's largest economies, the US and China, are on their way to a trade breakthrough after President Trump hailed his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea as a great success. The summit comes 6 months after Trump slapped 145% tariffs on goods from China. Xi then retaliated with a 125% levy on those from the US, creating a situation that Treasury Secretary in the US, Scott Bessent, described as a de facto trade embargo. So has the tension now been relieved? Let's speak to Professor Rana Misser, ST Lead Chair in US-Asia Relations at the Harvard Kennedy School. Professor Misser, welcome to the program.
Hello, Callum. Morning. Good to be with you.
It's very good to speak to you. I'm trying to get a read on the significance of the outcome here. Chinese state media, I noted, didn't really confirm any deals that Trump has been talking up. Instead, they said the 2 heads of state agreed to strengthen cooperation in areas such as trade in the economy, energy, and the promotion of cultural exchanges. What message should we be taking from this meeting of the pair?
Well, I think that statement comes straight out of kind of Politburo central language, but it is actually still significant, Callum, because it indicates that China wants to cool the temperature, as does the United States. Just 3 or 4 weeks ago, not very long really, there was that huge turning up of the temperature when the Chinese said that they were going to restrict US access and actually global access to rare minerals, special elements which are needed for smartphones, all sorts of electronic equipment. And China controls most of the world's supply. And America then said, the Trump administration said it was going to stick an extra 100% tariff on Chinese goods. So this is basically now the cooling down from that situation. And I think the Chinese side is indicating that they regard things now as being back on a sort of plateau. This is not, though, the end of the story. There's still plenty of issues to negotiate. But when it comes to selling soybeans to the Chinese, and also from the Chinese point of view, having more possibility of getting hold of American technology, that's, I think, really what was being decided this time around.
How does President Xi negotiate? He sometimes feels like quite a mystical character, I think. What is his temperament? Is he pragmatic when it comes to the sort of global trade conversation?
He's pragmatic, but up to a point. Like Donald Trump, he's a nationalist. He believes in making China great again. But I would say that his tactics in doing that are almost, basically take anything that President Trump does, and Xi Jinping is almost the exact opposite. So, for instance, President Trump is, in his own words, unpredictable. He's someone who likes to lead from the top with almost no consultation elsewhere. In contrast, Xi Jinping certainly makes the final decision. He is the man who makes the decision, no argument about that. But he will have a huge array of think tankers, policy professionals, various people who give him various options, spends time debating that. He'll be somewhere like the Central Party School, where they have all these kind of ideological debates, and then finally the line will come out of that. That's one of the reasons why Chinese negotiation often doesn't seem very flexible. It's not really Xi Jinping going to the room, chewing the fat with Donald Trump, and then deciding what they're going to do. His line has been decided well before he gets into the room. With Donald Trump, you never know quite what you're going to get. And that, of course, infuriates the Chinese, but they've learned to deal with it.
Yes. I read one analysis that was that the cut to the fentanyl-related tariffs was about addressing a sort of crucial Chinese grievance. I do wonder if how China has been affected by Trump's trade war. Has it really hit them quite hard?
It has hit them quite hard. I think the area in which there's been the most damage is not the really big tech companies in China. People will know names perhaps like Alibaba, Tencent, of course, ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok, which of course is very famous. These companies are doing fine, mainly because they don't really actually, apart from TikTok, have that much traffic in the United States. It's the small companies, the medium-sized companies in China that produce components for things that every American will own, furniture, smartphones, clothes even. These are the things where that massive, 100, 120, 145% tariff on Chinese goods coming into the US really made a difference. But don't forget that also made a difference to US consumers, because let's say Walmart, one of the biggest retailers in America, big low-cost place, Costco would be another one, maybe something like 50 or 60% of their goods are actually sourced at some point out of China. So yes, it was hurting Chinese producers, but also it was hurting American consumers, particularly lower income ones.
And so, just very quickly, Professor Visser, this isn't the end, clearly, of this trade war. There is still high percentage tariffs kind of in the air. But is this progress towards
building more affordable housing is critical for our city? This November, New Yorkers can vote on an affordable housing fast track and other city charter reforms. So flip your ballot over and vote on questions 2 through 6.
Franklin University makes it possible. Times don't make a break from a starting point. Set a course on a path.
But is this progress towards sort of normalising trade relations once again?
There'll probably be an equilibrium in trade, but I'd add one other T as well as trade and tariffs, T for Taiwan. They didn't discuss that at all. It's a security issue which is really big for both China and the United States, and indeed its neighbours like Japan. We'll have to discuss that on another occasion, but that wasn't really mentioned at all. It will not go away. It will be a security issue between the two sides for many years to come.
That is a very fair point, and thank you for making it. That is Professor Rana Mitter, S.T. Lee Chair in US-Asia Relations at the Harvard Kennedy School.
Joining us right now for a conversation on the impact of artificial intelligence on jobs, the AI bubble, the New York City mayoral race, and so much more. Andrew Yang, he's a former Democratic presidential candidate, former New York City mayoral candidate, and now founder and CEO of Noble Mobile. It's a new wireless carrier It's a very cool idea. It's aimed to encourage customers, if you can believe this, to limit their use of phones. And we're going to talk more about that again as well. But let's start with New York, because we are getting ever so close to the actual election. I'm curious where you land on your candidate of choice and what you think is happening in the city right now.
I talked to folks who have access to the early voter data, Andrew, and the early vote's been good for Cuomo in terms of the demographics, the location. It's going to be tighter than a lot of people think. I have chosen not to endorse in this race. I have people working for both campaigns, and I've endorsed on both sides. I also met with both candidates. Haven't met with Sliwa, though that I know him from a while ago. I just urge people to vote their genuine conscience and desire, and not hew to traditional party lines. That's the message I put out.
What's your assessment, though, given that you've actually met with both men? And by the way, we've had Cuomo on the broadcast, we have Sliwa on the broadcast. We have not had Joe Montana on the broadcast, so we've sought the interview many times.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. That's the thing. Here's a
road
perfect example. Now, this is a perfect example where Mondami doesn't want to be on a business channel, because a business channel is basically going to say, prove to me that your policies are actually going to work, because we had the grand experiment during the Cold War. Eastern Europe was communist. Didn't work out. Western Europe flourished right after World War II. Right there, said and done. The experiment already happened. Not just that, the whole concept of what John Locke said, the philosopher during the Enlightenment. It's about life, liberty, and property. And our founding fathers that wrote the Constitution made sure that our Bill of Rights maintain property. So the plebs, the mob rule, wouldn't take it away. Why? Why did they do this? Because they were taking the lessons learned from Plato's Republic, stating that what will happen is that in a pure democracy, the mob will start taking property. And what will happen is you'll lose your country over time and go into tyranny. Now, I'm pretty sure that Plato, Socrates, and the lessons learned in the Republic, on top of the grand experiment during the Cold War, prove positive that Mondami doesn't know what he's talking about, because he's not educated enough, because he's not paying attention to history. He's not paying attention to philosophy. He's not paying attention to what our founding fathers actually wrote in the Constitution. Marxism doesn't work. Never has.
Zoran is a very charming, very charismatic, and very intelligent guy. And you meet with him and you come across, you feel, okay, this guy listens, he's saying, we're going to be all right in terms of having a pragmatic leader. And then there are some people who sit with him and get that vibe and then just don't believe it. Having spent time with him, I do believe he's sincere. I think his deciding to keep the police commissioner was a very, very positive signal, because she has a huge amount of gravitas and credibility with the rank and file police officers. And that's something that a lot of people in my camp were pushing.
So here's a question about that. So as I live in New York City, and I think Justice Ditch has done a fabulous job in the city.
Yeah.
And so that would be a good sign for him.
Yeah.
What I can't figure out is, my understanding of all of this is that she will take this job under him with the proviso at some level that she has to be sort of left alone to go do this on a semi-autonomous way. So I think it's very easy in a way for him to say, I'll put you in the job, and for other folks to look at that and go, that's a good sign. And 3, 5 months from now, 6 months from now, say, hey, Jessica, I want to actually reallocate some of the money that you're using towards, reallocating certain police forces to do other things. And she says, that's not how we're going to do this. And then she walks out the door and, you know, the city got the mayor that thought they were getting Jessica Tisch and they actually don't get Jessica Tisch. What do you make of that?
If something like that were to unfold a few months from now, or a few months after he takes office, if he wins, there'd be hell to pay. Because
But there really wouldn't be hell to pay because he would be the mayor.
well, there'd be hell to pay in terms of
The loss of the country, loss of the city.
Been in this context is a huge deal. And Zoran, I believe, realizes he has a lot of fences to mend. He's been apologizing to groups of them, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry about some of the things I've said in the past."
But you
And so
think,
I think
you think that he disavows all the stuff that he said as recently as a couple of years ago?
I think it's a huge win for the city, Jessica Tisch, and Zoran for him to say, "Look, you got it," because the fact is, he knows this is not something that he has a strength in, and if Jessica Tisch can manage like a a vast police force, that's good for
Let me ask you a
everyone.
different question, and it goes to this sort of capitalism, socialism thing. It's such an interesting, even debate that's happening in a city that basically is the capital of capitalism, if you will, for the world.
Yeah, we're sitting in it.
We're sitting in it. When I talk to people,
Did you know that almost any question you have about your revenue data can be answered almost instantly? Here's how. Just open data rails where all your data is already in one place and set up your KPIs in a few quick clicks. From there, you can track all your key metrics and choose the type of analysis that fits your needs. And just like that, you've got the insights. Clear, simple, and actionable. With one click, you get the full picture of your company's performance. Yes, it's that easy. Click here for a demo.
when I talk to people in the city who are voting for Zoran Mandani, they say, Andrew, he's not a socialist. You don't understand. He's not a socialist. He's a democratic socialist.
It's the same thing.
And we say, have
It's
you
worse.
ever seen the things that this gentleman has said, even in the past, 24 months about socialism, about the idea that he genuinely, I mean, you can go online and he literally says that he would like the government to seize the means of production.
Right.
I mean, the words came out of his mouth. He talks about how he wants that socialism, not democratic socialism, but socialism is his, what he is after. And the split screen of somebody who said those things, as I said, within 36 months of today, and then effectively saying, I don't mean those things, I think is why there's a lot of people in the city who don't believe what he's saying.
There's a bad habit nowadays, Andrew, is that political candidate will say something either in the recent past or, maybe right now. And then some voters will be like, look, he's just kidding. And we've seen that in different contexts. I think that Zoran has been pretty clear about where he stands on being a socialist. I think.
Where do you think he stands?
He says I'm a socialist. I mean, I believe him. And so if there's a voter who looks at it and thinks he's not, I mean, you just ask the man himself. But if you look at the polling among Democratic primary voters, socialism isn't the smear or negative philosophy that like a lot of people like you and me and Becky, and I'm sure a lot of people watching this at home, regard it as, because a lot of folks have been living in what they see as capitalism in a way that hasn't worked for them. And so I don't think socialism is like it's not hurting him with his base and a lot of.
What does the early polling data suggest? Because if you look at the prediction markets, they're saying it's 99% plus that Mamdani will win this election.
Right now, a betting person would say that Mamdani is on track to win, but the margin is definitely tightening based upon who's turning out to vote. That you've seen a surge of voters in the early precincts among people that are going to end up
most
that's older.
Most mayoral races, all right, have a low turnout. Now you may have a mayoral race where it's coinciding with, let's say, I don't know, the presidential election. Then you're going to have a higher turnout, but that's not because it's a mayoral race. It's because it's the presidential election. So the turnout is going to be really critical here. And there's some nuances. You have a large young population that's voting for Mamdani and is willing to vote. And you have a lot of older people that are in their geriatric years, they're retired, that are upset with Cuomo because of the way he ran the state, what he did with his book deal, some of the sexism that was going on during his governorship, and what happened during the COVID years, especially with nursing home patients. So there are a lot of people that are upset with Cuomo. The question is will they be willing to vote for him to stop Mondami? I have a feeling that there will be a lot of people that stay home. So the question is the number of people that don't vote and they don't like Mondami because they're not voting, they may actually tip the scale and have Mondami come in. So individuals going to vote in New York is critical to stopping Mondami. I think if you actually asked randomly 100 people on the street, you would get an impression that Mondami is not wanted. But if you listen to these polls, he's surging, he's in the, he's leading. Now, Cuomo is gaining a little bit of momentum. But the question is how many people will actually decide to go and vote? Now, I think the early voters are going to be skewed towards Mondami because his ground game to get the vote out is much stronger than what's going on with Cuomo. But that constituency that's older, will they go out to vote? Because they may think if they're listening to the news, Mondami's going to win, why bother? Even though they don't want Mondami. So turnout, voter turnout is extremely important on this. Extremely important.
In certain boroughs.
So how do you think about Cuomo? You know Cuomo.
Yeah.
By the way, he's a flawed candidate too. All of these candidates are super flawed in all sorts of different ways. And some people are voting, that I know are voting for Cuomo, are doing it basically because they just can't pull the lever for Mondami.
Yeah.
And they're doing it almost holding their nose because they think of him as a flawed candidate, given a lot of the reasons that he left the role as governor.
There are a lot of people in my circle who are doing the same. When I had lunch with Andrew Cuomo, he seemed like he'd grown, honestly, like spending time with him, he seemed like he matured, where if you've been through some of the stuff he's been through, you can either kind of shrink or expand. And it felt like he was in the race for good reasons. But voters are going to decide. They're deciding right now.
What does this say about money in New York City? There used to be a view that if you were wealthy in New York City, you were in the real estate industry or the banking business or what have you, given the amount of donations and everything else, that City Hall was controlled by the elites. And no, right? I think that
I don't know. I think this is
and this is the
not just
ultimate
this election.
pushback.
This is what we are seeing across the country. People do not want to see over the last decade plus the elites controlling things. You look at it in the media, you look at it from the voting booths, you look at it from any perspective. That's one of the things that technology has allowed is the upending of anybody controlling anything.
Well, Zoran's closing ads are New York is not for sale, to your point. And so his message is, look, I'm going to return it to the people. And there are a lot of folks seeing that like, ooh, I like that because they haven't enjoyed what they see as the period of elite control, which is going for,
Bill Ackman, I'm pointing over here because Bill Ackman was just here recently talking about the mayoral race, made a comment online in the past, say, 48 hours, suggesting that Polymarket and some of these other prediction markets could be rigged, and that actually you shouldn't necessarily believe them in terms of how far ahead Mondami may very well be. And maybe he was saying that, frankly, to encourage folks who might otherwise not come out to the polls to vote for Cuomo to do so. Do you believe that these prediction markets can be rigged and are being rigged?
I think they can be wrong. I think they can be moved by a lot of people deciding to vote in a direction with their wallet, but I think it'd be very, very difficult to rig them for something this big. Not that long ago, people might not have as keen a sense of what is predicted to happen because these prediction markets weren't there. You might see polls and then candidates. And by the way, I've been a candidate. You know what you say when the when the polls aren't going your way? You say it's okay. Like we're going to get some new voters that like the pollsters can't even find. And that generally does not happen, though it did happen for Zoran in the primary. And it's one reason why he surprised a lot of people.
Assuming he does win, given that he is the front runner, what's your expectation in terms of how the White House and this administration ultimately treats the city of New York? Because thus far, we have not seen the National Guard in the streets of this city. But there is a lot of anxiety, perhaps, that we could. And by the way, we might, with Zoran Mandami as the mayor, we might with Andrew Cuomo as the mayor. There are reasons to believe, though maybe conspiratorial, that we haven't seen the National Guard in this city because Eric Adams has been our mayor and he's been under the thumb of this president. And I think you can say that almost empirically to some degree, based on this unusual settlement that he reached with them.
Well, one data point you do have, Andrew, is that the Republican National Committee has already been ginning up advertising the expectation that Zoran wins, saying like, look, this is today's Democratic Party. I'm sure the Trump administration would love to have him as a foil. Now, to your point, it's not like Andrew Cuomo has been on the good side of Trump either. But I do know, and this isn't controversial, that Republicans would be pumped to have Zoran in their advertising.
Just back to the capitalism piece, and then I want to get into AI for a second. This idea that the country, and large swaths of the country, and definitely large swaths of the Democratic Party, seem to be saying, look, this capitalism system is just not working for them. And that they are apt to want to try something else. What do you make of that? And do you think that's going to be a larger trend in this country? Is this just something that's happening here? You know, I know some Democrats and Republicans who say, you know what, let it happen because it's going to prove to everybody that it doesn't work. I don't know if that's the right path either.
No, we don't want to live there. No one wants to go through that period. So first, let me say, I think this is all misguided and misplaced in the sense that socialism has failed where it's actually been implemented. But I do think that the anger and frustration around this version of capitalism is going to get stronger and stronger. And it's not just a New York thing, it's an America thing. By the way, and we're about to talk about it, AI is compounding that because if you believe in the American dream that your kid goes to college and will get a good job, I mean, that's going to become less likely as entry-level jobs get automated.
So to the AI piece, we keep talking about, Microsoft, Meta, Google just came out with their earnings. They're spending an extraordinary amount of money on all of this. I keep thinking for them to actually grow into those earnings, grow into those valuations, they have to create an extraordinary amount of productivity.
Yeah.
That means that there probably has to be a lot less jobs ultimately.
Yeah.
And then the question is, who's going to pay for all of this stuff?
Yeah, where's the revenue going to come from? Because right now the valuation suggests that revenues have to 10 or 20x pretty quickly in order to justify the tens of hundreds of billions that's being invested in computing infrastructure and AI and everything else. And that money would have to come from somewhere, either consumers or corporates. Look, AI is real. It is decimating entry-level jobs. You're seeing it from the Amazon report, from Chegg. But at the same time, I do think that there's exuberant optimism in terms of the pace at which those revenues are going to show up and the pricing power that these AI firms are going to be able to enjoy because there are several of them.
Right.
There's also competition ultimately from Chinese models.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to
The U.S. president back on his way home, wrapping up a 3-country tour of Asia, and he's returning with a trade deal between the U.S. and China. His final act was meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping as the world's largest economies appear to have finally settled a bitter trade war. The agreements included a plan to lower some of the tariffs on China over fentanyl. They also seem to strike a deal for China to buy more soybean products from the U.S.
We're in agreement on so many elements, large amounts, tremendous amounts, the soybeans and other farm products that will be purchased immediately, starting immediately. If I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in. It's been terrible. And based on the statements that they have reduced it by 10%, so it's 10% instead of 20% effective immediately. I guess on the scale of from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was 12.
The president says he's going back to China in April. Joining me now to discuss is Will Ripley, CNN's senior international correspondent. Obviously, we just heard from the president on Air Force One. They're saying he has a deal. What more are you learning about what's been agreed to and what kind of difference it'll make in the kind of tariff structure as it is right now?
Yeah, it was certainly a whirlwind from the time President Trump wrapped that meeting to Xi Jinping. They raced essentially to the airport, got on Air Force One, took off. And then the audio of that gaggle with reporters started coming out, and it was all of these major headline-making announcements that the trade war may be over, that they may have finalized a deal. You heard the president talking about the soybeans, you heard the president talking about tariffs, and the most contentious issue, rare earths. China basically controls the mining and processing of these components that are used to produce the semiconductors that power all of our most advanced tech around the world, and China's had these export controls on rare earths. President Trump said that issue has been resolved, and within hours of that, China's Commerce Ministry also put out a statement saying that they will be loosening up the export controls that they put in place as a direct result, they say, to U.S. action in this trade war. Here's more of what President Trump said on Air Force One.
I think pretty soon we have not too many major stumbling blocks. We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time, long beyond the year. We'll negotiate at the end of the year. But all of the rare earth has been settled. There's no roadblock at all on rare earth, and will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
Obviously, as you know, the devil's in the details, and there's probably still a lot that needs to be put down on paper. The black and white, the documents, that all needs to be reviewed. President Trump saying that he may be traveling to Beijing in April, which would give teams on both sides, both in Washington and Beijing, about 6 months to get the details of this sorted out. But it does seem to be welcome news, at least on the surface, based on the headlines that President Trump has been making with his statements and the bits of information that are trickling out of China. But we need to follow through and see how this actually all shakes out. But it is for just over 24 hours on the ground here in South Korea. Certainly a lot of movement made, not just on trade with China, but also trade here in South Korea. President Trump saying that he has finalized the framework of a deal with the South Koreans as well. So a lot of progress made on the ground here. We'll see if it all sorts out in the end.
And CNN's Will Ripley, thank you so much.
I think we've already.
I don't know. I just don't feel out of this meeting with Xi that much was accomplished. I just don't feel that it's concrete. I think it's kind of sloppy and rushed.
Thanks, and we'll agree to some more right now. But President Xi is a great leader, a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship for a long period of time.
Given our different national conditions, we do not always see eye to eye with each other. And it is normal for the two leading economies of the world to have frictions now and then.
Now it seems some of those frictions have been eased. On Air Force One, President Trump announced a deal to lower tariffs on China over fentanyl. China also agreed to lift export controls on rare earth minerals, at least for 1 year, while also agreeing to resume purchasing U.S. soybean products. Historically, China's been the #1 buyer of those exports, and this year didn't buy any. Joining the group chat now to talk about this, David Sanger, CNN political and national security analyst. He's also the national security correspondent for the New York Times. Welcome to the chat, David. We're bringing you in because you've been doing a lot of writing about this, and I want to start with the deal because there's the top line, and then there's like what actually was accomplished. Other than this deal for soybean farmers who were upset, what was actually accomplished here?
Yeah, I think the best way to think about this, Audie, was that the president's won another ceasefire. He created a crisis by putting in the tariffs. The Chinese responded by cutting off rare earths, ceasing the purchase of American soybeans, which they knew would create huge political pressure. He's basically reset the clock to January. But the remarkable thing about this was what wasn't in their announcements. I mean, you think about what we've just heard in the past few hours. And this is the first time these two have met in 6 years. Obviously COVID got in the way of a good bit of that. China's got the fastest growing nuclear capability. It's got technological competition with us in artificial intelligence and semiconductors. There's the TikTok issue. There's Taiwan. We've heard about none of that.
Yeah, which by the way, TikTok, just because there's a lot of creators out there watching this, who's going to control the algorithm if a sale goes through?
Well, the US in its previous discussions, a few weeks ago, said that over time, the US would create its own algorithm based on the TikTok model. But we were expecting this deal to be sort of closed and the details of how that would work to be announced. It didn't happen.
I have to ask Mike, I think you were saying that this was kind of the whole enchilada, like this Asia trip was sort of, well, you might have said egg roll, but I think that it's.
I mean, you're putting a lot of words in my mouth.
Listen, we take notes on this show.
I will not send you notes anymore.
But do you see what has been accomplished rather than kind of what David is outlining here? How much was it?
Well, look, I think a couple things that we didn't talk about have been accomplished. The trade deals with Japan and South Korea, and then the peace deal between Cambodia and Thailand, which were, basically, I think all victories for President Trump on that front. The one place with David that I might take exception, and this is really on the tariffs. Yes, we have ratcheted down the fentanyl tariffs from 20 to 10%. But we still have an average, I think it's 45% tariffs on China. Before Trump came in, when you say it was reset to January, before he came in, it was like 2.7%.
Yeah.
So we still have this, can be described as a very extreme tariff regime with China. China imposes 35% tariffs on us. So I guess we're winning that war, but there still is a lot more to go.
And your scare quotes are doing a lot of work that David was saying, which is that this is a problem of his own making. Like this is not where we are is in part because of the president's own tariff regime.
Yeah, it's money.
I'm not suggesting that any of that is small or not critical to the relationship. What I am saying is, isn't it astounding that they met for only an hour and 40 minutes? When we're talking about the world's two largest economies, two biggest technological competitors. I mean, even with the failed meeting with Putin, it went on for 3 hours before they left lunch on the table and walked out the door. So, when I think about the last big meeting that Xi Jinping had with Joe Biden, which was in San Francisco on the edges of another summit, they basically kept at it all day.
Yeah.
And the fact that they did not have enough prepared here to be able to go do that, I think is telling.
It's telling. It's also telling about the relationship and Trump's ability to draw China into his usual diplomatic theatrics.
All right, now we're going to talk about the ballroom on the hill. You ready?
Yeah, come go.
I'll go back to Ryan. Lindsay, what's in your lens today? We're talking about your favorite ballroom. Okay. This week, the Trump White House now fired all 6 members of the Commission of Fine Arts, a federal agency that's quietly shaped the way America's Capitol looks and feels for more than a century. These commissioners were supposed to serve through 2028, and they were the people expected to review the President Trump's new projects, including a $300 million White House ballroom and a triumphal arch near the Arlington National Cemetery. Now they're gone. In an email reviewed by the Washington Post, the White House made it plain, saying, quote, "On behalf of President Donald J. Trump, I am writing to inform you that your position as a member of the Commission of Fine Arts is terminated, effective immediately." A White House official later confirmed the move, saying, quote, "We are preparing to appoint a new slate of members to the commission that are more aligned with President Trump's America First policies." Translation, Trump doesn't just want to design buildings, he wants to design the people who approve them. The Commission of Fine Arts isn't political by nature. It's the body that weighs on monuments, memorials, and historic buildings from the
No. She is 100% wrong on this. She's 100% wrong on this. You talk to individuals that are doing the curations of the museums, the ones that are running the libraries, and this artistic commission of fine arts, of architecture, many of them are liberal. All right. Now, yeah, and they don't align well with an American First policy, for sure, for sure. If you don't believe me, talk to people in your community that are, part of government or part of the fine arts, and many of them that you will find are either liberal, ultra liberal, and they have this animosity towards Trump. Now, to say that Trump doesn't know how to build stuff, I mean, you just haven't been paying attention for the last 4 decades. He knows how to build stuff.
Since 1910, advising presidents, not serving them until now. Trump's team has already torn down the White House East Wing to make room for the ballroom.
Yeah, but
before any.
Most of these presidents were lawyers. Most of them weren't developers. No, most of them didn't know how to build stuff. Why do you need a commission to tell you how to build stuff when you already know? Why do you need? Do you think Michelangelo, all right, painter, sculptor, took advice? Of course not. Of course not. Do you think Da Vinci took advice to make the Mona Lisa? Of course not. Why would you need, quote, experts to tell you about design when you've been doing it all your life?
Formal review could even take place. One fired commissioner named Bruce Becker said his group would, quote, look forward to a full review of the plans for the new structure that will replace the East Wing. Well, now he's been terminated. If this feels familiar, it's because it is. President Biden also fired Trump appointees from the same commission in 2021, and critics accused him of politicizing the arts. But here's the big difference. Biden was not preparing to build a ballroom with his name all over it. Trump's firing spree also extends to another key body, the National Capital Planning Commission, where his allies now hold the majority. That board will likely decide whether the ballroom gets approved. In other words, Trump now controls the referees and the field. Now, this isn't just about art or architecture. It's about legacy and who gets to define it. When you control how Washington looks, you shape how history remembers you. And that's the real story here. The man who once promised to, quote, drain the swamp is now redesigning it in marble, gold, and his own reflection.
Well, I'm glad you pointed out what I was going to point out, which is that Trump fired the members of this commission because Biden had fired Trump's members of the commission, and so now Trump fired Biden's members. So there's nothing unprecedented about this.
If Trump wanted to come in and fire them first thing, do it 9 months ago. But to announce the ballroom and do it while the first person just vocally said, "Oh, we look forward to reviewing these plans," that looks like you're retaliating. Like, "Oh, wait, I can do this too." Biden did it. Biden let them go, but didn't have.
Because he was more worried about trying to stop the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza.
Structural architectural plans happening within the same week, happening simultaneously as firing people. You see how this is much more petty? Like, I also would criticize Biden in that moment of firing people that are supposed to be an independent commission that are working on a board that have done so since 1910. The bigger problem for me is that you're literally in building phase and you're hiring people that are just going to say yes. So imagine that something's supposed to be independent and you hire your friends to be like, "Oh yes, beautiful designs, we love it, move forward."
But it wasn't independent in the first place.
Because Biden hired them?
Yeah.
Do you think the Supreme Court's independent? And Trump nominates people? Or, like, that's what I'm saying. People can be independent. They're literally looking at architecture, have some experience in it, I'm assuming, and say, "Oh, this looks nice, this looks gracious." Not a huge sore spot on the White House, and looking at architectural designs. I don't think these people were meant to just harass President Trump because of pure look. I think they were going to ask what actually matches with the aesthetic. They were going to look at some overall things that make sense and say, oh, does this align with the history of our country and how this body's been governing since 1910?
I said, no thanks.
Yeah, it's not right. That's like a baby brat. Come on, that's a baby brat.
It's fine. I can't get. I don't think I could get worked up about this if my life depended on it.
Their transparency concerns people. Yes, people do care. They want to know what's going on in there. Like President Trump is calling for this ballroom, and we could bring the conversation right back to where you love it since you don't care about this.
I know
Democrats are about to lose their benefits on Saturday and won't be able to eat dinner. And President Trump called his richest friends to give him $300 million so he can dance and prance around the White House. And it seems tone deaf. Let's talk about that part of it then, since you don't want to talk about the actual fact that the man's hiring his friends to say, yes, beautiful design, and not something.
Maybe we have a bloated government that needs to be truncated. And oh, by the way, there's a structural change in the economy because of artificial intelligence. Maybe we should talk about that, not the ballroom. And oh, by the way, Trump asked Barack Obama, hey, let me build the ballroom. I'll do it for $100 million. I'll pay for it. That's what he said. Barack Obama said no. It would have been cheaper back then to do it. What was wrong then? And Barack Obama would have been able to benefit with this addition that was sorely needed. We were pitching up tents to have state dinners. Are you kidding me? What kind of banana republic are we running in Washington, D.C.? But she's more worried about giving out the dole. Make sure that you just keep on throwing out money that we don't really want to, shouldn't be spending. Those are taxpayer dollars that she wants to spend more on. Well, Trump is saying, hey, I got a bunch of donors that's willing to do it. He's probably putting in some money too. And we're going to do it. And by the way, Washington wanted the White House to be over time as magnificent as the Louvre. Or Versailles. All right. So why? Why can't we have that? Why? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with building? What's wrong with being the best that we can be? No, we want to just keep on issuing out the dole for people. Be unproductive. Let's just keep on socialism. This is the mentality of a liberal.
Somebody send anybody in here to give me an argument.
It's not taxpayer dollars are not being.
It's not about taxpayer dollars. I said the optics of it look insensitive. He is the president. He should care. That's my point. He should care about the timing.
What about the insensitivity of Nancy Pelosi when Trump spoke to the House of Representatives and she tore up his speech after? What was the optics about that? Did you think that was more important to talk about than building ballroom? Because what Nancy Pelosi was showing was disrespect to the president, disrespect to the executive branch, and disrespectful to the American people and our Constitution. And it was emblematic because when she tore that up, when Nancy Pelosi tore that speech up at the end, what that was showing is that the Democratic Party is about destroying this country and not helping it forward. I mean, think about it. Does the Democratic Party look up or look down? Do they have an exploring nature? Do they have an exploring ethos? What is their end goal? What is their telos? What's the end goal for them? The end goal is for collectivism. And when you have a collective mentality, you have less incentive to strive for better. And therefore, you're not going to be a nation of discovery, a nation of exploring, You're a nation of just looking down. It's nihilistic. That's what Nancy Pelosi represents. But we got this person here, another liberal of color, pushing bullshit.
Then drink the entire Oval Office in gold.
Was it looking sensitive to foreign dignitaries when their staff, the people they come, have to use porta potties and have to stand on the grass during?
We're talking about deluxe porta potties, okay? The White House party, we're not too.
They'd like to build up the, I'm sure they're very nice. We're building.
The White House parties looking terrible. They were very nice parties. You've seen
They're gonna
them.
be even nicer because we're gonna have a nice.
But the moment didn't call for it right now. The
moment didn't call for it. We've only been a nation for 250 years. The moment hasn't called for it. When are we going to have a ballroom, lady? We'll always find ways to make sure that the money is flowing to a welfare mama. But let's not have a real ballroom. Let's have a tent ballroom for the executive branch. Meanwhile, the senators and the representatives are making millions of dollars with their insider trading. Where's the uproar in that? Oh, that's dealing with Nancy Pelosi. How does Nancy Pelosi become a 100 millionaire? 100 million, not millionaire, 100 millionaire.
And he won the election, and it's his White House right now, and he thinks the moment calls for a nice ballroom, and that's what I agree.
The people that voted him into office agreed that the moment called for their economic life to feel more comfortable. And the moment shows us from the poll that I referenced that 5 minutes ago,
Find me a
that
super
UW
voter.
that
Find me a
57%
super voter says I voted for Trump, but I can't fathom the first lady's office being renovated so that it's now a ballroom for visiting foreign dignitaries.
Yes, he can care about his constituents that he told he was going to make their lives better, easier, bring inflation way down, make the economy way more stabilized, and people are still uncomfortable. If more than half of the country is saying they're not in a financially great place, and they're looking at Trump and the economy specifically and saying he's not doing a great job in 9 months, but he's spending millions, hundreds of millions with his rich friends and everything around.
It has
I
nothing
don't get
to do
it.
with the state of the economy. Or
No, people are looking at how out of touch the president
This
is.
is not out of touch. This is about foreign policy.
By building the ballroom, you actually hired more people. Because you got to build it. See what I mean? The liberal always looks down, never up.
He relates to everybody. He's the man of attack. He relates to people of police brutality and people who are constantly under scrutiny. He's the person that is inside of the government. He is not relatable. This just goes to show you that that was all a sham. It's completely unrelatable to be worried about a fancy ballroom when America is struggling. That's my point that I'm making. And you can't see that the timing is a little off. He has 3 more years in
multiple
office.
things at once a little bit. We can be simultaneously ordering construction on a new roof.
I guess according to her, Barack Obama was just a bowl of cherries. So if that was the case, why didn't we build the ballroom then? Where Trump said he would pay for it for $100 million. No, because they didn't want to say that Trump actually did something good. See, the problem with the liberals, the problem with the artists, the problem with the intelligentsia that really don't know anything is that Trump is always bad. And they're never willing to say that Trump is good. I didn't like Biden, but not everything that Biden did was bad. I didn't like Barack Obama, but not everything that Barack Obama did was bad. You listen to a liberal, everything about Orange Man, bad. You want to talk about groupthink? It's the stupid liberal.
White House and also working on a couple other projects. Like this is not just the only thing. It's not all of the Trump agenda is on pause while a ballroom is being built and no one cares. The only people who care about this are mainstream media, liberal Democrats, hair on fire, Elizabeth Warren types. Everyone else is fine with it. It's fine. Calm down. It's fine. It's fine.
He can't,
It's fine.
you're right, he can do two things at
Fine.
once, but the problem is that he's not doing two things at once.
Fine.
He is not making the economy more easy to maneuver
fine.
for the American public. He is putting tariffs forward that are making it harder to afford things as we hit Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Just let's take away the tariffs so we can buy gifts for Christmas. What about using tariffs as a means to bring back our manufacturing? What about using tariffs to stop the labor fucking arbitrage that has been happening for the last 35 fucking years? Why don't we shine a light on the Clinton administration on how they gutted our manufacturing and made us less economically prowess, and our military doesn't have the same means of production to maintain warfare? Let's talk about that. No, they don't want to say that. Let's talk about the over-reliance of issuing debt, where it's created $38 trillion of debt in the United States, and it's caused major problems with our deficit, where $1 trillion or more is paid for just interest on that debt. Big problem. So you want to talk about inflation? Inflation is because of the $38 trillion of debt. Brought to you by Keynes. Brought to you by the ones that worship Keynesianism, and that's the ultra left. Stupid. Just stupid.
Time with their family leisurely, spend leisurely funds. He's not doing two things at once. He put the big beautiful bill forward, which raises our debt and supported that. He is not doing two things at once. So name the second thing that he's doing, aside from spending hundreds of billions of dollars. He is not keeping.
Get the country moving forward. Bring back manufacturing. Our debt to GDP ratio will go down. We'll have more economic clustering and a industrial renaissance. But liberals don't understand this because they don't know how to make anything. They don't know how to design anything. They're either get degrees in gender studies, get degrees in law, maybe, some sort of humanities degree. Do they really know how to make a business? Do they really know how to make things? Do they know how to push the society forward? No. The Democratic Party used to represent the working class. Now it's all wine and cheese bureaucrats. That's who they represent. And this is the reason why Trump won. Stupid liberal.
Wars that cost us
spending
money.
hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not taxpayer.
It's express money.
That's
but I'm
fine.
saying
They're right to spend money.
But what is he doing if he wants?
I know this is confusing to Democrats. You can spend your money however you want.
What's the second thing that he's doing?
You can't spend the public's money however you want.
You said he can do two things.
That's the key difference. The Democrats don't
to bring prices down for the American public. You said he can address that issue, but then he can also spend his own money. So how is he addressing the issue so it won't make him look tone deaf to the American public? Name one way that he's addressing that issue for the economy.
Well, he went and got.
The farmers were complaining about the soybeans. He just got a deal for the farmers. The last 24 hours. What the fuck is she talking about? What is she fucking talking about? If we didn't pass that bill, our taxes would have been up. Again, a stupid liberal.
From Argentina.
And all of the ranchers, and let me get that word right, not farmers, the ranchers are upset.
Well,
okay? The Ranchers Association spoke up and said, please don't do this to the people that voted for you. So tell me again.
Right, but we're not going to be stopped by the pedestrian concerns of one little constituency. We are going to lower prices for everyone.
The pedestrian concerns are widespread. There are pedestrian concerns from people that own small businesses that they can't hire immigrants anymore because of immigration policy. There are pedestrian concerns about the soybeans.
Wait a minute. Why should you be hiring illegal aliens? And oh, by the way, if she means the H-1B visa, news announcement, these companies are using it as a means to keep the employee because the employee needs that sponsorship for the H-1B visa. They can charge less. And look at all those people that have skills that H-1B visa holder has that are domestic. They could have hired, but they don't. Why? Because they can charge a little, they can pay a little less in the salary, and they have that ball and chain on them. So don't think that majority of the H-1B visa holders are geniuses and that there's no one else in the economy that could do what they're doing. Yeah, there's a lot of people that can do what they're doing. It's very, very, very rare where you're going to have like an Oppenheimer. All right? So let's stop the BS. Again, stupid liberal.
He's doing with
Deporting
tariffs over
illegal
there.
immigrants
There
is
are
the strongest
pedestrian
issue.
concerns across. I know, but he's killing the economy with his policy. So tell me the two things that he's doing at once. While he spends $300 million, what is he doing to make it more easy to live of his own dollars, let's say, or his friends' dollars? What's he doing to make everyday life easier and more affordable for the Americans, like he promised on the?
The inflation that we have is because of the Biden administration with the overspending during the COVID years. That's what's happening. And Janet Yellen and Chairman Powell over at the Federal Reserve decided to say inflation during Biden's administration was transitory, and it ended up being non-transitory. And so they were late to trying to stop it because they stated something that was politically expedient, but economically damaging. So this whole inflation, even though we are seeing higher prices during Trump's administration, is a cause of poor policy by the Federal Reserve, by the Treasury Department, and by the Biden administration during the COVID years. That's 100% positive. Now, Trump said that he was going to bring down prices. In some cases, prices have gone down. Eggs and milk have stabilized. But the thing is that there are other parts of the economy that haven't. Now, part of that is this is the realization. You can't keep once inflation is set and a new price level has been created because the erosion of money. The only way to bring down the absolute price of goods and services is either create more competition, create goods that are better, that people will shift to, increase the supply, right? So using market dynamics to bring down the price. Another way is to actually increase interest rates by the Federal Reserve and force a deflation. That's another way to do it. And that's a way that they should have done. They should have used shock therapy during the Biden administration. And by increasing the rates, not by a quarter point, but by 100 basis points, 200 basis points, 300 basis points, and do shock therapy like what Volcker did during the early 80s, we would have been able to bring those prices down in absolute dollars. But because we didn't do it, because we don't want to take the pain, absolute price will stay, and we're trying to control annual inflation, trying to get it at the 2% target, but it's running at about 3%. That's what's happening. It has nothing to do with Trump. You either cause deflation or you slowly try to ease the economy back down to a more stabilized inflation number. but you're not going to have the absolute prices for most goods to go down to what was pre-pandemic levels, unless there's a major shift in supply and the cost to create these goods. And this is the problem that most people don't understand. There is the inflation rate, and then there's the absolute dollars associated with the cost of a good. Trump, if we're not willing to do deflation with high interest rates, then you're never going to really see the basket of goods that you purchase pre-pandemic to be coming back. It's just not going to happen because we missed the opportunity to have shock therapy because the Biden administration believed in this whole idea of Keynes that you just keep on printing money. And this is the end. This is the end result.
Cottrell. He is the deal maker, the great negotiator, and the businessman who understands how to make life more affordable for you. How is he doing that? I've named several ways that he's not, and I just want to clarify the two things that he's doing at once.
Too exhausted to continue. Wrap there.
Coming up, the U.S. has stuck yet another alleged drug-carrying boat, and the Democratic congressman's comments about it are raising eyebrows. Stay with us.
Now let's talk about Mondami now. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant as part of my anti-aging protocol. C60, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, and avocado oil. It's cheaper to purchase the higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. But a great way to slow down the aging process is to take a teaspoon a day every day. And by doing that, you're soaking up the free radicals. You're helping to reduce stress in the cell and the extracellular matrix. You're helping to reduce stress and soaking up free radicals at the vascular level and in your neurons. And by doing that, you're improving your immune system, your endocrine system, your vascular system, and even your brain function. C60 will also improve your basal layer for your skin. You will notice within a year that you look younger. In 2 months, you're going to notice the effects of how it's improving your different organ systems. Please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day every day of the C60 and stack it with resveratrol, ubiquinol, NAD+, clarity factor. It's great ways to have synergy to be able to slow down the aging process, because that's the magic of this. My protocol, you take a multivitamin and a probiotic as a foundation. You take the Max 35 or Cleanse to boost up that immune system, take C60 to soak up the free radicals, take the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up the immune system, and take the Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism and to have more energy. And by doing that regularly, you're going to actually supercharge your anti-aging and boosting up your immune system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen about Mondami.
I used to sleep on the streets, so I know how tough our city's housing crisis is. This November, New Yorkers can vote on affordable housing fast track and other city charter reform. Flip your ballot over and vote on questions 2 through 6.
This winter at Smugs, stay 3 nights or more and get 1 night free. Smugs is home to 3 big mountains, 78 trails, terrain for all abilities with 300 inches of average snowfall.
He learned the maxim, deny till you die. Speaking of evolving leftist rhetoric, this is great. Anti-gate is upon us. Zohran Mamdani, the Muslim communist who is almost certainly going to be the next mayor of New York. Unless the betting markets are now shifting a little bit because of anti-gate. Zohran Mamdani made this claim just a few days ago about 9/11.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims in New York City.
I'm so choked up.
I want to speak to the memory of my aunt.
Oh, can't even, he just loves his
Who
aunt.
stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab.
So, okay. Thesis. The real victims of 9/11 were Muslims who felt a little awkward in New York. And as he points to the example, he says, my aunt.
You know what the real, I was out of the country when 9/11 happened. I was looking at from outside in. I was in South Korea. And guess what? You know the real victims of 9/11? The ones that died in the buildings, that are the workers, the police, the firefighters, the ones that have had pulmonary problems or burn victims that happened to survive 9/11 but had medical problems and eventually died. Some are still suffering from it. The scar of 9/11 on New York, and also the loss of our civil liberties because of the Patriot Act. We lost an element of our country because of 9/11. I remember flying back in. It was September 16th. And the country I left and the country that I flew back to were totally different. America was absolutely totally different between pre 9/11 and post 9/11. And it's never come back. Never. So the real victim is our Constitution. The real victim are American citizens that didn't say, you know what? This national security state and the problems that we have with it and the war on terrorism, we need to get this house in order and get the job done. Kill the enemy, the foreign enemy, but also kill the enemy within. And that is the national security state. That's what really happened with 9/11. I really don't care about his aunt, even though he made a story about it.
She wore a hijab, and she stopped taking the subway because she felt uncomfortable in her hijab. Okay. So the sleuths on the internet did a little fact check. And here we see that his aunt doesn't wear a hijab. His aunt, what is an aunt? That's going to be the next great Matt Walsh movie. What is an aunt? The sister of one's mother or father. Or a great aunt would be the sister of one's grandparents. They look through all the aunts they can find, and they find out that the aunt doesn't wear a hijab and doesn't live in New York. And didn't live in New York anytime around 9/11. The whole thing was totally made up. So what does Zoran do? Does Zoran admit that he lied? Or does he persist? Tonight, Friendly Fire returns for episode 2. Join me, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Andrew Clayton, and special appearance from our newest Daily Wire host live, 7 p.m. Eastern on Delaware Plus. I would love to tell you exactly what's going to happen, but here's the truth. There's no script. There's no plan. There's no preparation whatsoever. It is 4 of the most trusted and downright sexy voices in conservative media, debating, discussing, disagreeing, while the entire internet watches and comments in real time. Watch Friendly Fire tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Daily Wire Plus. If you're not a member yet, join for as little as $7 a month with our deal of the decade at dailywire.com/subscribe. My favorite comment yesterday is from Mila Nelson, who says, the legitimate jump scare I had when Michael said Kourtney Kardashian wants you to do with her lollipop line of probiotics. Oh, yeah. We don't need to rehash that. I had a jump scare too. Go to medishare.com/Michael. There's no way around it. When it comes to healthcare, people are frustrated with how much it costs and how to pay for it. The usual ways we've been doing this have only gotten more expensive, more complicated, and aggravating. That is why
Don't listen to this dipshit. All you gotta do is just take my supplements. You follow a holistic approach and you slow down the aging process and you're gonna have more vitality. These people, I tell you, they're just dumb. There's so many dumb people out there.
/ Michael. Okay.
If your CFO wants an updated forecast, just copy last month's tab, update your drivers, and refresh all your links. Or just use data rates. It pulls live data from your ERP, CRM.
Okay. Zoran says the real victims of 9/11 were Muslims who felt a little awkward sometimes, even though actually Americans' perceptions of Islam actually improved after 9/11. How insane is that? How insane is that? Our country is so stupidly nice that after 9/11, after Muslims in the name of Islam took down 2 of our buildings, killed 3,000 Americans, and hit the Pentagon, after that.
Yeah, and fast forward to now, where Hamtramck and Dearborn has been taken over by Muslims in Michigan. Look at all the problems that they're having in Europe. And you still think that there's not a caliphate? Guess what? Western society is incompatible with Muslim philosophy.
We liked Islam more. We took in many more Muslims. Anyway, he says we became so Islamophobic that my aunt felt awkward wearing a hijab on the subway. Then we find out the aunt doesn't wear a hijab, didn't live in New York. Here's his correction.
I was speaking about my aunt. I was speaking about Sarah, who, my father's cousin, sadly passed away a few years ago. And for the takeaway from my more than 10-minute address about Islamophobia in this race and in this city to be the question of my aunt tells you everything about Andrew Cuomo and his inability to reckon with a crisis of his own.
My thought.
America, wake up. It's a new day. Stop the tyranny of the ultra-liberal.
His cousin, my aunt. Now, I don't know how they do things in Uganda or Tanzania, but my understanding, it seems like Zoran has a reasonable hold on the English language. Your dad's cousin is not your aunt. She's your cousin. You know, you can have first cousins, second cousins. You can have first cousin once removed. That's your father's first cousin. You can have, but you don't. I promise you, the cousin of your father is not your aunt. Even if you call her Zarafui ain't your aunt. But he says it as if there was no question. Well, of course, yeah, I was talking with my father's cousin, Zarafui.
Yeah.
Why would Andrew Cuomo make?
And if he can't get the cousin and the aunts right, it's not aunt, it's aunt. All right, so if you can't get the cousins and aunts right, well, wait a minute here. Maybe he's just totally wrong with his ideas of socialism. Maybe he's totally wrong with what will fix New York. Maybe Mondami is a dipshit.
Oh, because you lied? Well, one, because you said Muslims were the real victims of 9/11. You did a Norm Macdonald joke seriously, which is insane. And it is a disgrace that you could even potentially be the mayor of New York, quarter century after 9/11. But also because you lied. You made a stupid point that you lied about.
I think you mentioned the U.S.
And now you're talking about Zarafui, who conveniently will not speak for herself here. So then he goes on some other show, El Vacilón de la Mañana. And he tries to explain to a somewhat skeptical host the real nature of Zarafui.
I was at the press conference.
Everything about Mint Mobile seems unreal, and now we're introducing 5G home internet for $30 a month. Yes, that's real. That's why we invited Tilly Norwood, a real name cousin.
I was at the press conference yesterday. They said, "Can you tell us who your aunt is, who you were referring to?" I said, "Yes, this is my aunt. This is my Zerafui. This is my father's cousin, and this was her story."
So how can you convince New Yorkers if that is the type of person that you are? In other words, that you don't tell the truth.
Well, it's not a lie. My father's cousin is my aunt. That's how I referred to her growing up my whole life, Zerafui. And I think to have the takeaway from the New York Post and so many others after I gave a speech outside of a mosque for 10 minutes about the Islamophobia we've seen in this race and in our politics, to be the question of whether or not Zerafui was my aunt.
I mean, Zerafui's my aunt. I called her my aunt. You know, if my aunt had testicles, she'd be my uncle, I guess. He's doing a version of that joke, too, now. He did the Norm joke. Now he's doing that joke. A lady is not your aunt simply because you called her that. Look, I'm Italian. We call people uncle and aunt pretty loosely, but we don't actually believe it. We don't say, oh, he's my uncle. You know, what if I did this bit? You know, Italians do this all the time. It's like your parents' friends call Uncle Johnny, Aunt so-and-so, Aunt Jackie. But you say, you know, after The Sopranos came out, it was a very traumatizing time for Italians. My Uncle Johnny wouldn't even take the subway wearing his velour tracksuit. He wouldn't. He felt too ashamed. My uncle, my sweet, beautiful uncle. Oh, no, he is my, father's second cousin's barber. But he's not. I won't say that seriously. You lied. And now you're just repeating this phrase, Zerafui, like you're putting us into a trance. Zerafui. Gazonai. Excuse me, I'm talking about my aunt. Okay, all right, Zerafui. She is my father's cousin and therefore my aunt. And how dare you suggest otherwise? He lied. He lied. That's it. But he has learned one thing about being a New Yorker. I can tell you this. And for those who do not live in New York, you won't appreciate this. He learned the maxim, deny till you die. Which is not good. It's not a Christian principle. I don't encourage it. But it is very New Yorker. It's the most New Yorker thing I've seen about Zoran Mamdani, is you get caught in a lie and you just straight face it. No. What are you talking? No, I didn't lie. No, my neighbor is my aunt. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? No, that my uncle is my aunt. No, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? It's pure gaslighting. That was a good clip. Now stop. Ring the bell. Subscribe. We'll see you next time.
We cannot trust Mamdani at all. He's going to create policies that will destroy this country.
Arsenal, that in and of itself is not true. The Russians outpaced the US by margin, by small one, but nevertheless.
We want to turn to President Donald Trump, who has directed military leaders in the US to resume testing nuclear weapons for the first time in over 30 years.
Before we start talking about nuclear weapon development, brought to you by Donald Trump, you might want to get some of the high-quality deodorant, because during nuclear tests, it's going to get hot out there. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree deodorant, or the citrus. These are dual purpose. They're for males and females. You use them as a daily deodorant, but they'll also help to detoxify your body. And that's going to help with your immune system and your endocrine system. Why does it work? It has essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality, that will actually help to detoxify your body too. Amazing how that works. So get a couple bars for your household. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get this very high quality deodorant. Has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's just made from essential oils from the Himalayas. All natural, very high quality deodorants. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
In order to try to keep up with competitors such as Russia and China, he made the announcement on Truth Social less than an hour before his meeting with President Xi of China in South Korea. Trump boasted that China came at a distant third compared to the amount and power of America's nuclear weapons arsenal. Let's speak to Daria Dolzakova, Senior Research Fellow on Proliferation and Nuclear Policy at RUSI, the defense think tank. Morning to you, Daria. Good to speak to you. How significant is this from President Trump?
It's a little bit hard to say because, to be honest, it's a bit hard to read into what it is that he actually had in mind. The post that he put up on Truth Social has a number of different inaccuracies, both in terms of, I think you mentioned that the US is the greatest nuclear weapons arsenal. That in and of itself is not true. The Russians outpaced the US by margin, by small one, but nevertheless. But his reference to nuclear testing is a little bit confusing because he mentions that he wants to do it sort of at, I don't remember the exact wording, but in line with or at the same pace, or the same rate as adversaries. Now, there haven't been any nuclear weapons tests except for by the North Koreans since the 1990s. I expect what he's thinking of is, and what he's responding to, are recent tests of nuclear-powered and nuclear-capable missiles by the Russians. There were 2 tests that have happened in the last week or so that have gotten a fair bit of attention because, you know, they can be potentially destabilizing the systems that were tested. So I expect that's what he's referring to, but those tests did not include the testing of nuclear weapons. So it's a little bit unclear what he's actually talking about in that.
Yeah, he said,
post.
yeah, the phrase was on an equal basis is what he wants to do with Russia and China. In theory, when could this happen? And how does this happen? How does a nuclear weapon get tested?
Yeah, so it would take quite some time for him to actually get the necessary approvals through the US system to get the US ready to test again. If we're talking about atmospheric explosive nuclear testing. So that'll take some time kind of on the regulatory legislative side, but also in practice to set up the necessary measures to actually start testing nuclear weapons again. Would take some time, so this isn't something that they could turn around and do tomorrow. But again, it's not entirely clear what he's talking about. He's talking about the testing of nuclear capable systems, nuclear capable missiles. The US does that already, the UK does that. So yeah, it's not entirely clear what he's referring to.
Right, well, that's in some ways unsurprising, I suppose. Daria, thanks very much. Thank you for speaking with us. That is Daria Dolzikova, who is a senior research fellow on proliferation and nuclear policy at RUSI. I suppose the other part of this, Ben, is that it looks like there's some progress on trade between America and China. A 1-year trade truce appears to have been agreed. He is good when he gets in the room with other leaders. There are results.
He is, and also it's always that nervous thing if this could go one of 2 ways, and that's, and you know, I read something this morning saying sort of governments and markets breathed a sigh of relief, and I think that's it. You know, we all saw him the first time in the White House with Zelensky, and then we saw them the second time, and it was so different, and it's like everything gets forgotten and it starts again. And this was the first time they'd met in 7 years. It was a long overdue meeting. He's been very spiky on China. Then he goes face to face, has a meeting, and actually he's sort of soft. And as you were playing at the top of the show, you know, that on the plane on the way back, telling reporters the conversation was a sort of 12 out of 10. But also what's interesting is that, you know, Taiwan wasn't mentioned, and he's very good. His people are very good. He's very good as well. You know, if he doesn't want to talk about it, he just doesn't.
Let's talk about President Trump, because he has said the US can sign a trade deal with China pretty soon after hailing a meeting with President Xi Jinping as a great success. He announced he'd lower tariffs on Chinese exports to 47%. From 57% in exchange for a curb on the flow of fentanyl into the US and China postponing export restrictions on rare earths. Well, let's go live to Washington and check in with Katie Balls, Washington editor for The Times. Hello to you, Katie. That meeting, President Trump rated it as 12 out of 10. Can you give us a little bit of context to that hugely flattering verdict in terms of substance?
Yeah, well, we know Donald Trump likes to be quite the showman in his interviews when he has these meetings. So, for example, the UK-US trade deal in the Oval Office, he said it was a done deal, it was amazing. And then, of course, we then found out that, you know, it was really an agreement in principle. So he can have a sense of exaggeration at times.
Absolutely.
I think the truth is a fairly...
And here's the problem with Trump. Here's the problem with Trump when it came to China. There's a lot of exaggeration. A lot. You know, and you know, he's kicking the can down the road. We're going to have another problem in the market when he has another hissy fit with China. I think that he needs to be forceful with China, but him going back and forth, I think it's bad policy. I think the way he's managing China is just wrong. He needs to escalate it. What he really needs to do is move our defenses, our aircraft carrier groups around Taiwan, and basically say any further excursion into the airspace of Taiwan will be met with U.S. military force. That's what he should do, but he's afraid. Trump's afraid. Taco trade. Even though that I think that he's a good president, but he needs to be forceful with Xi.
Have been, really at blows for months, really since the so-called Liberation Day when Donald Trump announced those tariffs, and China has really been at the forefront of those on the highest end, at one point 145%. So I think you can say both sides have almost taken their biggest weapons off the table and agreed some concessions, but it's still not clear really, whether this is a pause in hostilities or actually the road to a much better relationship, which will be permanent.
I mean, how does it fit broadly with Donald Trump's America First stance?
We've seen that he's heralded progress, for example, on soybeans as a big win for American farmers. So he's trying to say that things that they have agreed directly help the people of America in that sense. We also know that the US sees China as a major threat in terms of security, in terms of long-term geopolitical issues. So I think it is about wins economically for American consumers, American workers, American farmers, combining that obviously with balancing the long-scale challenges, which is, large parts of the Republican Party and the administration see China as a serious threat that, can't be shrugged off through a trade deal.
Right, and he's also trailed future meet.
Let me just plug a product here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. This will help to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. Super important. It's dual purpose, brings down inflammation, and helps to bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Super important. Please go to my store, get the olive leaf extract, get healthy, super important. Digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. As you get older, your pancreas doesn't function as well, and you need a little bit of help. So to help your pancreas, get the digestive enzyme complex, break up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, and that'll allow you to absorb your nutrients. This also has bromelain in it to help break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, and the proteolytic enzymes in the digestive enzyme complex will help to break up glycoproteins. That was really important during the crisis in 2020. Therefore, you need this for the fall and the winter season. Trust me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. Be prepared for the fall and the winter. Back to nuclear war.
Between the two leaders. Let's turn to the race, the New York City mayoral race, because there's been an awful lot of attention on that election, and it's happening early next week. The front runner, Democrat nominee Zoran Mandani, is still out in front. Is it a foregone conclusion?
Well, I think of the different races that we have next week, as you say, this is the one I think where Democrats feel it's the most foregone conclusion. Now, I think you should never say, we know this from British and American politics, that anything is definite. Things can always change. There can always be surprises. But certainly Democrats think that this is, pretty much there. And actually, there are clearly some Democrats who look at this and they don't like that this is a result, because, of course, it was a surprise that Mandani, for some at least, won the nomination. And therefore, they're looking at, he was on the left of the party. There are some who, of course, are really enthusiastic for Mandani and are really glad he is the nomination. But it is mixed feelings for the Democrat Party when it comes to Mandani. You also have races in Virginia and New Jersey with Democrat candidates where the Democrats feel they could also have a victory.
Now, in terms of the other runners and riders in that New York race, how is it looking then for the former governor, Andrew Cuomo?
Well, in the polls, he is second behind Mandani if we go on the polls. But of course, for Cuomo, he was really seen as the one to beat initially when it came to the Democrat nomination. And certainly the Democratic establishment was behind Cuomo. He had a lot of money behind him. And yet Mandani won that nomination. And you can speak to failures in his campaign, but I also think it speaks to how perhaps US politics and politics in general is changing. Social media, a grassroots campaign, foot soldiers, and just enthusiasm for a candidate, and beating the more traditional forms in terms of, lots of money, editorial endorsements and things. Mandani cut through in that sense. So it's not impossible. Cuomo, does better than some expected, does worse. But certainly I think this story really for the Democratic Party is if Mandani, as expected, wins, and obviously, of course, after winning the Democratic nomination, what does that mean for the future of the Democratic Party in America? Will it mean that candidates like AOC, the congresswoman, have more enthusiasm behind them going forward than perhaps the more middle of the road Democrats?
Right. Do you think there is likely to be a shift then in the wake of a Mandani victory? I mean, are Democrats nervous about that? Or is it a one-off? It is New York, and it won't necessarily mean a wholesale move to the left.
I think there will be a battle of ideas, and I think there'll be a debate within the party. And I interviewed James Carville, the Clinton strategist, for my Sunday Times column about this, and he was saying, look, there's going to be a candidate from every wing of the party, there's going to be a lot of different discussions, and we're not going to know the future direction until we have that candidate, because they will set it out. And of course, there is no leader of the opposition in American politics, which means often it feels a bit as though the Democrats are slightly at sea when we see these things, because they don't have a clear one voice coming out. But certainly if Mandani does win, I think it will infuse, the Bernie Sanders, the AOC, the Stop the Oligarchy tool, that type of wing of the party that wants to almost have a more populist approach to its politics, but one on the left, and be the kind of the anti-establishment party of the left. And I think they will have a sense of energy bouncing off from this. Now, if they can make that a sustainable one, that's a different question, but I think it will boost them in that sense.
Now, what about Kamala Harris? Because she has hinted that she may run again. What's been the reaction to that?
She wasted over $1 billion in just 107 days and couldn't win. One, because her policies suck. But this is just a perfect example that if a crazy liberal was running the show, on how they would spend American taxpayer dollars. Can you imagine if she had access to the budget of the United States government? She couldn't even run her own campaign efficiently. Crazy.
I wouldn't say it's universally popular, her comments to the BBC. I think ever since she had her book out, there's been a guessing game amongst Democrats, which is she really, on maneuvers, thinking about another tilt at the White House, or is she just trying to, in a way, build on from the public profile of her last job in the campaign and make some money through a book?
Yeah.
And some thought the book was so critical, actually, of some of her Democrat colleagues that perhaps it was more the second. Now it is clear that she does feel she has unfinished business. If you look at some polls in terms of Democrat candidates, she doesn't do too badly. I think she does lead on some of them. But of course, she currently has the biggest profile because of what just happened. So I don't think we're at a point where we can really compare her with other potential candidates like Wes Moore, for example, just given she has so much more name recognition than some of the perhaps more rising stars who could come through as time goes on. So I think that there will be some who will get behind her, but there's certainly obviously think that she had her chance, and they need to move past the Biden-Harris era.
Exactly. Move on. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. This will help to build muscle, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. By bringing down inflammation and detoxifying your body and soaking up free radicals regularly, what that's going to do is improve your immune system, improve your endocrine system, bring down inflammation at the cerebral level so your neurons are protected. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level and soaking up free radicals, you're reducing plaque formation. So please go to my store, do some resistance training, take the Gladiator Barley, and get healthy. This is powerful stuff. This is a month's supply. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get healthy. You can do it. It's important because by getting healthy, you can have a better life. And not just that. If a lot of people do this in your society, you spend less money on healthcare. Please go to my store and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, boost up your immune system, and help with brain function. Magnesium and zinc boosts up the immune system and helps with brain function. Stack these together, drink it with filtered water, and you get that synergistic effect. In addition, make sure that you take this during the fall and the winter season so you have a strong immune system, because you do not want to get what's coming in the fall and the winter. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and make sure that you use discount 5, all caps. Discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you follow my advice and you stack these supplements, you're going to slow down the aging process, all right? It's really simple. All you just got to do is just follow what I tell you to do. And don't vote for Mandami. All right, let's listen into what Basson has to say.
But Mr. Secretary, you are now going to head back to Washington, and you will arrive to a whole different story and a whole different reaction from your colleagues in Washington as the government shutdown is now entering really almost a month closed, and we are seeing real impact. Newark International Airport had to have a ground stop because TSA agents are calling in sick. They're not showing up. What is your reaction to what's happening with this government shutdown, and when would you expect some kind of an agreement here to reopen government?
Well, Maria, as you said, the contrast could not be more marked. That if President Trump comes out to Asia, and I think at the end of the day, just this trip.
I think that one of the viewers today, this is the tropical flower. I think her comment is absolutely in the spirit of what this country is all about. It's about capitalism. It's about constitutional rights. And that people that demonize Trump in politics, trying to discredit his presidency and discredit his overall strategy in terms of making America great again and bringing back manufacturing. If you're trying to discredit this guy, if you're trying to say that Orange Man bad all the time, then what's going to happen is that you may get another wing of politics that you wish you never had, such as Mandami or AOC or Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer, right? Democrats for many years have been eroding God, country, and family. Democrats have been eroding the concept of free markets and capitalism. They disagree with Adam Smith. They disagree with this idea of work hard, try to build a business, hire people, and make the society a better place. They prefer top-down government control. So I agree with Tropical Flower in the sense that if we don't have Trump at this point in time, it could be far worse, and that we may lose our country. Because the other side that's demonizing Trump, they don't believe in God, country, and family. They don't believe in free markets. They believe in collectivism. And Trump represents individualism, right? What grew this country was this idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And your civil liberties are protected, independent of what the mob rule wants. because we're a constitutional republic, not a democracy. So when the Democrats keep on saying for democracy, they never say for the constitutional republic. See the difference? They're pushing an agenda to erode your constitutional freedoms. They're pushing an agenda. The Democratic Party is pushing an agenda to erode your property rights. So if you take a look at what do we have today, it's based on a foundation of the Enlightenment. It's based on the foundation of Adam Smith and John Locke. It's based on this idea of capitalism. It's based on the idea of a government that has just laws that allows the people to have life, liberty, protection of property. That's what we have. The Democrats want to erase that. Democrats want to pull that away. So, unfortunately, people that were born in the United States, maybe multiple generations, I mean, you know, my family history goes all the way back to 1637. All right, on my father's side. So, you know, so the whole point here is that there are American citizens that have been here for a long time, have a pedigree. But some of them have forgotten these really important concepts that come from the Enlightenment. So they drift away to the core of what this country's all about. And it's immigrants that come here legally that are the bellwether to shine a light for this constitutional freedom that we have. Because they're leaving a country that is maybe war-torn, or they're leaving socialism or communism, and they're coming to America for a better life. But they come here legally, all right? But these individuals, these newcomers, these immigrants, they are a hope to rekindle the Enlightenment. So Americans realize, don't extinguish the actual strength of the country. So if you want to go back to this concept of make America great again, that's what this is. It's about reigniting the Enlightenment. Getting back to what made America great. And that wasn't to be on the dole. That wasn't to accept that your government is going to be the all-seer and the one that dictates your life. It's about you pursuing your goals within the context of a legal framework, what we call the Constitution. Democrats want to undo that. So we need our immigrants in the United States, legal, to push back on these socialistic the crazy train that Mondami or Harris have been pushing. We need to push back on this gender dysphoria. We need to push back on people that are demonizing the country and demonizing religion. And get back to some of these root reasons why this country is so prosperous. We're the most prosperous nation ever on the face of the planet in all of human history. And that wasn't because of a top-down government. That wasn't because of collectivism. It was because of individualism. It was because of a constitutional republic.
May end up in $2 trillion of investment. Then we go home, and the Democrats have decided, because of their poll numbers, because I don't even know why, they've decided to keep the government shut. You know, if you look, the vote is 52 Republicans have voted to reopen. 3 Democratic senators have done the brave thing, come across the line. and we're coming home, and it's a global embarrassment that these Democrats are doing. And I think part of it is the mainstream media is not holding them accountable. If the Republicans were doing this, anytime the Republicans have refused to reopen the government, the amount of terrible press that they get from the mainstream media is borders on hysterical. And where's the fairness here? And you're right, Maria, we are starting to eat into the economy. And imagine this: the day after Thanksgiving is the single biggest travel day in America. And as you said, airports are starting to close. And when families are not able to get together, they are going to blame the Democrats for this. And I hope that they will hold them accountable, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, I mean, look, we're already getting estimates of the cost to the economy, and that is exactly why I've been saying that this is becoming very dangerous. Because when you see TSA agents calling in sick and air traffic control working without pay, you start questioning whether or not flying is safe. And that could lead to not just a government shutdown, but an economic shutdown. Based on where we are today, Secretary, what would be your best estimate in terms of the impact to the economy and economic growth right now?
Well, Maria, it's very difficult to predict, but we know that it's going to be lower. And my theory of the case here is, since President Trump came into office, as you know, the Democrats have been trying to stop him. They run to the circuit courts, and then the circuit courts get overruled by the Supreme Courts. They go to the media, and the media is not able to stop him. So what have they done to try to stop this great economic momentum, bringing our country back from the 4 years of the Biden disaster? They're going to shut down the government. And it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. They're making things worse in an effort to stop the momentum that this administration has, and it's inconceivable to me.
And of course, Secretary, you are being attacked by Democrats for helping Argentina. Chuck Schumer said the other day something around the lines like, wow, he can help Argentina, but he's not here reopening government. You pushed back at Senators Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar after their criticism of the administration's $20 billion currency swap with Argentina. You wrote in a tweet, their remarks are Peronist, referencing the former Argentine president, Juan Perón. Tell us what you want to say to the Democrats who are trying to triangulate this Argentinian bailout and support for one of our important allies in the middle of this government shutdown.
Well, just because the Democrats doesn't come to work doesn't mean we don't come to work at Treasury. And I can tell you that we have been doing, we've been working full speed. The world can't go on hold because the Democrats have shut down the government. One of our great allies in South America, President Milei, needed a bridge to go into the election. And it's inconceivable that Senator Warren and now, unfortunately, Senator Klobuchar, who's normally much more level-headed, has gotten in on this. The 47 million Argentinians, we are helping them, and a majority of them now want free markets. Argentina suffers from a legacy of financial mismanagement. What was very interesting to me, the poorest segment of Argentinian society has switched over to President Milei. He has their support. Young people are voting for him, and they want a different kind of life. No money has been spent. It's from the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which I can use unilaterally. So I was able to do that. In contrast, we had been trying to help the farmers either through payouts or activating the Farm Credit Bureau to help farmers with next year's planting season, but we can't do that because these two senators have closed, are part of the problem in closing the government. So I call on them to reopen the government. But, again, we've done an end run around them with these trade deals, and the soybean.
Now think about this. The Democratic Party who wants you to think that collectivism is better, that big government's better, more taxes is better, and having, you know, all these social programs is better for society. They believe in Keynesianism, which I don't, all right? And they want to go against Bessent, Scott Bessent. Now, this guy is a smart guy. He was literally the one that worked with George Soros to bankrupt the Bank of England in the 1990s. You know how George Soros got so much money? It was because of Bessent. The guy's a genius. So you think the Democratic Party is going to be able to beat Scott Bessent when Bessent bankrupt the B of E?
No thanks to these two. And, you know, it's just inconceivable to me that, you know, that they're, that they think that these attacks are going to hold any water, that the business of the U.S. government goes on with or without them. They're just proving how irrelevant they are.
I need this. All right, we're going to do an analysis. So I saw some texts or some comments by Tropical Flower here. I'm going to play for the ones that don't know, Orwell wrote two really important books. One was Animal Farm and one was 1984. I talk about 1984 all the time, you know, about the surveillance state. But Orwell also wrote Animal Farm. But before we do that, it's a quick summary. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. And don't you want to slow down the aging process? Resveratrol will soak up free radicals, help the health of your mitochondria so you have more energy, get rid of cells that are in senescence, and help with youthful gene expression. Now, when you take resveratrol, you're going to be improving your tissues and the youthful expression of certain genes. Because when you get older, your genes methylate. But if you can slow down that methylation and get rid of the cells that are in senescence, so new cells are created from adult stem cells, then your tissues will perform better. In addition, resveratrol also helps with the basal layer for your skin. So over time, your skin will actually look younger. This is part of the reason why people that take resveratrol over a long duration look younger. Stacked with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, clarity factor, and it'll accelerate the process so you're slowing down the aging. All right. Good night formula. Helps you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. Super important to slow down the aging process, to consolidate memory, to detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested. When you are chronically sleep deprived, you age faster. Part of the reason is that you have high cortisol levels, and cortisol elevated chronically is bad for your immune system, and elevated cortisol ends up eating away at your tissues. By sleeping better, you're reducing your elevated cortisol levels, you're detoxifying your body, you're detoxifying the central nervous system, and you're consolidating memory. Super important. This is the reason why good sleep regularly actually slows down the aging process. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So please get the good night formula. And also, vitamin D3, super important to take during the fall and the winter season, but you should be taking it every day. This will help to absorb calcium, do some resistance training to build bone density. Also, vitamin D3 helps your cardiovascular health. Vitamin D3 is a cofactor for gene expression, and vitamin D3 will help to get rid of cells that are infected. It forces the cell to go into apoptosis. This is the reason why you need to take vitamin D3 during the fall and the winter to reduce the severity of what is coming. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, all caps, discount number 5, and and you get $5 off any order. The link is in the description of this video. Go to my website. All right, let's listen into a summary of Animal Farm. Because guess what? New York is turning into a farm full of barnyard animals.
Animal Farm is a simple, plainly written tale of animals rising up to take control of their own destiny and run the farm they work for, providing for one another, living off a central doctrine of rules. It's an allegory for not just the Soviet Union and its slight, insidious transformation from communism's high ideals of equality into totalitarian rule by a single dictator and his chief propagandist, but also for the challenges of self-governance and the perils of government people face all around the world. To understand the nature of Animal Farm, let's first look at George Orwell, the author. Orwell is the pen name for Eric Arthur Blair, born June 25th, 1903, to British parents in India. He served with the Imperial Indian Police in Burma. He fought in the Spanish Civil War and was a World War II correspondent for the BBC. His first-hand experiences of class struggles and inequalities of everyday life in England informed the writing of Animal Farm. Now, the structure of Animal Farm parallels the Russian Revolution. It's satire, using animals and their names and actions as embellished, heightened versions of reality. At the very beginning, Old Major, an idealistic boar, introduces ideas he's envisioned about animal rebellion and self-rule, teaching the other animals the song Beasts of England, helping to establish a sense of camaraderie. The animals rebel against their drunken, neglectful farmer, Mr. Jones, and take over his farm. At the Battle of Cowshed, the animals defend their farm from humans for the first time. Pigs, Snowball, and Napoleon, the main characters of Animal Farm, compete for leadership. Napoleon ends up expelling Snowball, using a combination of propaganda, expertly delivered by Squealer, his mouthpiece, and poorly educating the other animals, slowly eroding Snowball's legacy, turning him from real brave hero to imaginary scapegoat villain. Napoleon imposes his will on the other animals, making them work harder and harder for less and less, while he and his close circle of pigs live more and more extravagantly and increasingly detached from the community.
Now, doesn't this sound like the Democratic Party, where they want to extract from production, from the productive aspects of society so they can have their wine and cheese lifestyle? But it's not just the Democratic Party. This is communism. This is what communism is. This is what Marxism is all about. Marxism, it only ends up protecting a few people that are part of this one-party establishment, and the rest of the individuals have to work for the society, work for the party. Marxism is dangerous. It's dangerous. Anyone that leaves these types of countries that are run by a bunch of socialists or Marxists, and they come to America and they see all the opportunity because it's about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and a balanced government between executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch, and your civil liberties are protected by a constitution. These are important features. But Marxism wants to destroy that. Marxism is saying, we know better. A technocracy is better. And so what happens is that the technocrats will tell you what to produce. The technocrats will say what you'll be. Well, how do you be a technocrat? Oh, never mind. You're a little person. You can't be. There's no social mobility in Marxism. There's no incentive to build things. There's no incentive to have manufacturing. There's no incentive to try. And this is the reason why It always fails. And like I said, the grand experiment already happened. Look at what happened in Western Europe, and Eastern Europe. West Germany, East Germany. Right after World War II, all the way through the Cold War, up to the point where the wall falls. And you just compare the two. The Western Europe was more productive. There were more vibrance of an economy. There was more surplus of goods and services. Eastern Europe, tyranny, famine, lack of prosperity and social movement. The grand experiment already happened. And then we want to push again communism? Push again Marxism? It's crazy. You ask anyone that is coming from these types of countries and they come to the United States, they say, why would America want to go and be like China or Cuba or any crazy socialistic hellhole? But you got this intelligentsia in the United States that just thinks it's so cool to be a socialist. Because they think the intelligentsia in the United States that's pushing socialism thinks that they'll be the technocrats that will be ruling. They'll be the one-party system. But that's not what's going to make America great. What makes America great is it's just the chaoticness within the boundaries of law and order of a free market, not a top-down control.
He orders the construction of a windmill, which had been Snowball's idea he had once fiercely opposed. Napoleon oversees collusion with humans, the animals' sworn enemies, for supplies. The animals defend their farm against a farmer, Frederick, and his attack. But their windmill is destroyed in the process. Fathers, the noble idealist workforce, so responsible for much of the farm's success, is sent away to slaughter, and the animals are lied to about what happened to him. By the end of Animal Farm, time has passed, and the original guiding document the animals lived by has been modified to a single commandment. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Pigs walk on two legs and are the only animals educated. Animal Farm's ending is a party scene. The other animals on the farm observe from the outside, where pigs and humans gather together to toast their exploitation of the other working creatures on the farm. The animals, looking in through the windows, can no longer tell humans apart. Pigs. Animal Farm is rife with important symbols. The animals' names are representative of their actions or power positions. Things like milk and apples, the windmill, and even Old Major's skull represent, respectively, riches and material wealth, labor, and the history of the Soviet Union. Vladimir Lenin's body was put on display after his death. So too was Old Major's skull canonized as the founding idealist leader of the revolution. Mr. Jones's rifle is a symbolic trophy representing the animals' victory over their former masters, the humans. There are a number of important themes in Animal Farm, and they all have political connections. First, there's corruption. We see how the inches Napoleon and his inner circle take when it comes to control and power end up becoming miles, leading the animals far astray from their original ideas of communist utopia. Then there's exploitation. Throughout Animal Farm, we see how the working class is exploited by ruling elites to provide for their aristocratic needs. The hard-working lower classes serve the deceptive upper ones. In fact, deception is its own theme. And we see how Napoleon and Squealer bend history to better suit their needs, suppressing education, while fear-mongering creates a culture of deception that allows for the rise of a dictator. On the other hand, the theme of idealism is an important one too. especially at the beginning. Dreams of equality and legends of animal bravery set the stage for a revolution underscored by good intentions. Lastly, there's apathy, an important theme for understanding how dictatorships take place. Without action to back it up, education is essentially useless. We especially see this in Benjamin the donkey, whose cynical attitude and insistence that nothing ever changes become the self-fulfilling prophecy of doom. A complacent population is ripe for the picking by controlling dictators bent on power and control. Animal Farm remains a legendary book that achieves many purposes. It's a study of the Soviet Union and the Russian Revolution, and an allegory for self-rule and how governments are structured. On top of it all, it's a cautionary tale for the perils of power itself.
Well, there are gonna be a lot of piggies roaming around in New York if Mondami ends up winning. All right, let's take a look at some other news. Let's listen to Fox Business talking about Amazon and additional layoffs.
At Capital Group, we design our active ETFs to weather the ups and downs of the market, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
So I'm going to bring in now QI Research's CEO and Chief Strategist, Daniel DiMartino Booth. All right, so, I mean, your initial thoughts, right? We said two the century, you thought it would be Bowman and Myron, but you've got someone, I guess someone still maybe more concerned about inflation than the rest of them?
That must have been a pretty lively meeting if you have people that far away on the spectrum.
Right.
Schmidt has always been very hawkish, and he's always been very concerned that inflation due to tariffs could end up taking off at some point in the future. So I completely see where he's coming from. Just the same, this is not the united front that we saw at the last meeting.
Great point. Okay, now you've been warning about softness in the labor market for some time.
Yep.
I mean, we can see month to date the spike here and the job cuts, the tracker. And it's not just these numbers, right? The headlines are coming, high profile companies. Are
Very
going to
much
just,
so.
I mean, UPS, Amazon, Intel, Accenture, Ford, these are household names and these are good paying jobs. So we know Powell's starting to hear this, but obviously it's not everyone. How much is this going to influence the rest of the year?
Oh, I think it's going to have a major influence because this is not a normal seasonal development for us to see this level of layoffs for this time of the year. And in fact, the last time we got ADP out, the only pillar of strength was the country's largest employers. And now they appear to be culling their ranks. And these are very big headlines that are really going to impact consumer confidence as
To your
well.
point, that report, that last ADP report, I think large more like up 500, but
yes.
small, tiny, less than 20. It was disastrous. Inflation. I know you love the Trueflation index. We were climbing up a little bit here, but obviously we plateaued. We're pulling back a little bit. How concerned should the Fed be about inflation?
So, I mean, a lot of what we're seeing in real-time inflation metrics reflects higher food prices, higher electricity prices. Thank you, data centers. Those are not the types of price pressures that the Fed can control for. So they should really be looking beneath the surface.
Think about this for a sec. You have Jansen Wynn from NVIDIA. You have the CEO from Apple, Tim Cook. You have Google executives. You have Oracle founder. You have all these tech bros that are making gazillions of dollars, all right? More money than God, all right? And they need to create the AI models, these frontier models and these LLMs. They need to soak up so much energy to be able to create it that the average citizen is now going to see a lot of increases in energy costs. And you remember not too long ago, this big push about climate change and that you need to lower your carbon footprint. You ever wonder why they were pushing that? Maybe it was because they knew that they needed the energy to create the AI systems, these models, and they wanted priority with the energy versus the rest of the people. And you spin it in a marketing strategy where you need to lower your carbon footprint, average citizen, so we, the tech bros, can create the LLMs. And so what's happening is now energy costs are starting to go up. And they want you to buy into the idea that you need AI. You need it. You absolutely need it. How could you live without it? We need to like step back and like go, should we be building AI? Do we really need it? And is there a better way to do it? Because our brain is packaged in a small space and it's more creative, not as fast, but it's more creative and able to ponder in higher efficiency than any AI model built today. They're modeling AI server systems in the computational power in an old school way and not a more modern way on how the brain works. We eat food, it's digested, it's converted into energy, ATP, and that's running our brain, all right? Now there's also not just ATP, but GTP and all this stuff. But the point here is that we have an energy source through our food that is used metabolically to run our network, our brain network, so we can think. We don't have to put our head in water because it's running too hot, like they have to do with a server. And the computational power of the brain is in such a small area is pretty phenomenal and effective and efficient compared to building server farm upon server farm and burning all of this coal. So the efficiency of building these AI models is very inefficient. The way they do these is just it. So once there's a model that's created through these servers that is more reminiscent of how the human brain works and the connections of these neurons, then you really have AI. What you have is very costly machine learning technology, not AI. You have very costly machine learning because it doesn't mimic the way the brain really works. Yeah, they use neural networks in a mathematical model, but it still needs a lot of energy. You don't need to eat that much. You don't need to eat as much energy to run your brain for your whole life. So these models are inefficient. These servers are inefficient. But we're going to be paying for the inefficiency while we make Oracle richer, Apple richer, Google richer, Microsoft richer, NVIDIA richer. Society needs to start asking the question, do we really want to go down this road? And should it be regulated? All right? Because this is an existential risk of our livelihood. Our costs will go up. But not just that, our job prospects may go down when these things are being built. Now, I've gone through, I think there's these phases. I think early adoption of AI is actually going to increase productivity. But then once we go into the next recession, there will be structural unemployment. And therefore, less jobs will be available as we're getting out of the next recession. Then people will be forced to learn how to use AI as a tool and build businesses and compete. And therefore, there will be a new renaissance of company creation, because now instead of needing 50 people, you may only need 2 or 3 with the help of AI. So I think it depends on the phase that we're in. Will, in the end, in the overall large arc of human history, 50, 100 years down the road, will AI development be more beneficial to mankind? Probably. Probably. But the thing is that during this early phase of building up these models, we're going to be using up a lot of energy that's not efficient. So these computer scientists and these computer programmers, they have not built a system that is more efficient in creating knowledge as the human brain. They haven't learned the lessons of the evolutionary process of just how the brain works. And until they do, we're going to be using up an awful lot of fossil fuels.
Inflation down. That is shelter and anything discretionary. Talk to any working man and woman on the street, and they will tell you that they're right now just able to afford the essentials, but not anything discretionary if you're not in that top 10% that account for 50% of U.S. spending.
All right, this will be the 5th time. This is the 5th time now. The Fed has cut when the market was at an all-time high. The other times the market didn't, seem to be okay. We kept continuing rallying. You're saying that at this moment, considering all the things out there, that Powell is still the most important force in the market?
I think he is at this moment, yes. And a lot of it has to do with the backdrop. Charles, are seeing what's happening with the threat of food stamps going their way and so many families suffering already. I think Powell still does have a say, but as I think another one of your guests is going to tell you, a lot of it also has to do with the mechanics of simple flows into the market. Again, something Powell has no control over.
So let's talk about the consumer for a moment. You just alluded to the consumer. On one hand, we've got rich folks, and on the other hand, we don't. So in the PayPal call yesterday, a lot got lost because of these big deals that they cut. But they're talking about the consumer are just beginning to be more selective. The behavior continuing into October. So they're buying things, but to your point, fewer and fewer things. They're just barely making it.
Yeah, the basket's getting smaller.
Right, so that's not inflationary, though.
That is not inflationary, and that is why we're seeing one company, Kraft Heinz, one company after another is saying people are not able to afford the higher costs that we need to push through to them, by the way, which is going to come out of their margins eventually. And what does that lead to, Charles? More layoffs, because the only cost that a company can control for is labor.
So net, Wall Street wants the Fed to be accommodative. Of course, we still got the call coming up and the Q&A section in a minute. What do you think Wall Street wants to hear?
I think Wall Street wants to hear that December's a go. If the Fed is really concerned enough to stop shrinking its balance sheet, then it seriously sees the need for it to not be as tight in its stance, especially in this official data vacuum.
All right. Stick around. I need you. Help me decipher. Help us decipher this Fed talk in a minute.
All righty.
With a shield level annuity from Brighteon.
Let's listen into Bloomberg here about what's going on with the shutdown. But before I do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. This will help to rev up your metabolism, increase your ATP levels. Vitamin B1 through 4 helps with the electron transport chain within your mitochondria to boost up your ATP levels. And vitamin B12 helps to protect your neurons. Super important. And if you're 40 years of age or older, your gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle has diminished. To improve that, take Myotrol. Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training, take the Myotrol, drink it with filtered water, and this will help to build that muscle and to maintain it. So please go to my store and get the Myotrol. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Some retiring. So I think that they are able to vote in a different way. But I do think we are going to continue to see these people peel off because they are not going to be able to look at their members or their constituents, I'm sorry, in the face come next November, and with good conscience say, I fought for you, because they're not. They're fighting for Trump, not for their own district.
Well, it's happening. We've been asking about this, and here we go. The headline just crossed the terminal. This is a new pressure point that many saw coming. The FAA has just issued a ground stop at JFK Airport. We're going to start impacting business and meetings and life in New York City. Lisa, this happens on the same day that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, holds a roundtable discussion about air traffic control. It's going to be happening at the White House this afternoon. The CEOs of American Airlines, and I believe Delta, or it was United, James could set me straight on that, we're going to attend, along with Sean Duffy and Chris Sununu, Transportation Secretary, and Sununu now running airlines for America. So what is this going to be? Cece, thank you. It's United who's going to be president. What is this going to lead to, Lisa? And could it in fact end the shutdown?
I absolutely think that the FAA and the air traffic controllers are going to once again be the heroes in all of this, and they are going to definitely be what's going to stop the shutdown. I've said all along that the backstop here, and Megan makes a good point, November 21st is before Thanksgiving, but right around that time is when we're going to see air traffic controllers throw up their hands and say absolutely not, the busiest travel day of the year. But it's interesting behind this, it's interesting to see that that's happening while the White House is having a meeting at the with the vice president at the same time. I wonder how much of that is coincidence. To me, that seems like it's a pretty on point moment in time.
It does. I know that, Lisa, and I should add to this, we've just run another headline saying that this involves an aircraft emergency, so I'm not going to speculate on what's happening on the ground. We've already seen cascading delays and cancellations. In our remaining moment, Megan, what needs to come from this meeting today that'll be productive?
I think these unions and these airlines need to tell the president to get involved with and the vice president to get involved with the negotiations and stop traveling abroad and stop focusing on other things like the East Wing. This is the most important thing facing our government right now, and they need to be more involved because the Republicans aren't going to do it without Trump's sign on.
Would you fly to New York right now or take the train?
I take the train because it's easier to get into the city, but I absolutely would fly anywhere else.
You would though. All right.
Yeah,
so you're not too worried about this becoming
I have faith in the people that are a lot of faith in the people.
The air traffic control system remains intact, although we'll keep tabs on this ground stop at JFK for you. Lisa Caluso-Miller and Megan Hayes, we've got a great panel. They'll be back in our second hour as we will.
I received a message from a viewer about how healthcare will change and how AI may help with that change or speed the change. But that is such a long topic to go into in terms of short term and long term. What will happen with not just AI and the use of it in clinical practice, but also in research and humanoids being implemented during the physical exam or during surgery, because there are robots now, different types of robots. One of the most famous is the Da Vinci robot dealing with surgery. So that's a long topic. I'll do it in another video. I can't, today is not the day to do that, but it's an interesting topic because these different technologies are speeding up the ability to do diagnosis, increase the accuracy of the diagnosis, also help with research, but you're over time going to be losing probably that human-to-human interaction, and it'll become more and more robotic, almost like Star Wars, in a way. If you remember some of the scenes in Star Wars where these humanoids did all the surgery, that's what's going to happen. Same thing on the assembly line for automotive. It'll be all humanoids that run the show for that. So that's a larger topic. I'll do it on a different day. But thank you for the request. All right, I want to listen in on Harvard's Arthur Brooks about happiness is not a societal phenomenon. This was an interview that he did on CNBC 3 hours ago.
The hard road might not lead to glory. But the easy road definitely works.
Next guest is going to be weighing in on the mood of the nation amid the government shutdown, AI-driven layoffs. We live in New York City, capitalism versus socialism that we get to.
Yeah.
You always keep us happy. Harvard professor Arthur Brooks, he hosts the podcast Office Hours with Arthur Brooks. It is new and you got to check it out if you haven't already. His latest book is called The Happiness Files. It, of course, is a New York Times bestseller, and we love having you here because you make us happy.
Well, thank you. And congratulations to you on 1929. It's top in the charts, man.
We're trying to be happy.
It's wonderful.
Trying to be happy.
Reminding us of
we talked about actually what it means to be happy, and actually that the journey of a project is actually what makes you happier than the success. Because I was saying to him that last week, even though the thing had done very well on the list, I said, oddly, I didn't actually feel as happy as I thought it would be.
And it was a surprise. That's called the arrival fallacy.
I was alone. I was in a hotel in Richmond, Virginia when I got on the New York Times bestseller list, and a friend of mine called and said, I imagine you're so happy. And I said, I almost feel relieved and in truth a little lonely because I was by myself in this hotel in the middle of Richmond, hotel in Richmond. And then so I was talking to him last night about what it means to be happy. And he said it's not about
Arrival. It's not. It's not. Never. You know, this is a show watched by some of the most powerful people in business. They're the best show for if you're CEO to watch, of course. And everybody watching this show knows that if you're living for the arrival at the goal, you're fooling yourself. Now, many people watching us have a problem. It's called success addiction. That usually starts when you're a kid and you get, rewarded and you get attention from grown-ups because you do these amazing things. And then you start achieving and you start to really get your sense of reward from getting these accolades. And so you do well in school and then you go on to get these really good jobs. But the problem with all that is not just workaholism. It's based on this idea that you're finally going to arrive and then the bliss is going to be constant, and that's wrong. This is one of the reasons that Olympic athletes typically have a clinical depression after they win their gold. It's even worse if you win silver, by the way, because you're thinking about gold for the rest of your life. And so the important thing to understand is you got to build your life so that you're enjoying the journey all along the way.
And it's not just enjoying the journey. I think it's also having gratitude. I was reading something recently that said happiness is a compilation of gratitude minus envy.
Yeah.
So you have to be happy with who you are, what you have, and stop comparing.
And that's a hard thing to do. We're evolved as a species. Homo sapiens is evolved to be ungrateful, suspicious, hostile, and afraid. And the reason is because in the Pleistocene, 250,000 years ago, our ancestors passed on their genes because of their negative emotions, not because of their positive emotions. You have to make an effort to be grateful. I mean, look, I study this stuff. I'm a professor of this stuff. And I found myself 2 weeks ago saying, first class on United Airlines has really gone downhill. It's wrong with me. It's like I'm such an ungrateful wretch. And the reason is because of my genetics. I'm designed to be ungrateful. And so everybody watching not everybody, but most people watching us have really charmed lives. They have really good lives. And their spouses always tell them, why don't you stop and smell the roses? Right. I bet you, Andrew, that your wife is like, Andrew, why can't you stop?
Yeah.
Can't you just stop and enjoy it?
What's so interesting though by the way, we have so many, as you mentioned, super successful people who watch this broadcast who have gotten to the top of the mountain. They're at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, instead of just skiing down the mountain and saying, I got there, they want to stay there. They want to go. They look up. They see another mountain.
There's got to be another mountain. Of course.
So what's that about?
That's all about the fact that your rewards come from winning. They come from winning the next thing. That's what we're built for progress. Yeah.
That's an addiction.
It is, but it's also really how we're built. I mean, it's funny, there's a big mystery in the diet literature about why diets don't work. 95% of diets approximately, you gain all the way back, even though you lose the weight in the first place. The reason is because all of the gratification in a diet comes from the scale going down each day.
Right.
And then your reward for hitting your goal is never getting to eat what you like for the rest of your life. Congratulations. Arriving at a goal is deeply, deeply unsatisfying. And it freaks people out. You get the corner office, you're the CEO, and you get all the headache of being the CEO, but you can't actually achieve that thing anymore. That you're not going to your goal anymore. And that's a problem for happiness.
I got a different one for you. I don't know if you see on the screen here, we have a title. It says Arthur Brooks on Mood of Nation.
All right.
It doesn't feel like the nation's that happy.
Yeah, no,
It feels like there is a game of chicken going on as it relates to what's happening with government shutdowns.
Right.
There's polarization. There's questions, by the way, even now about capitalism, socialism, what system's working for people and their own happiness. What do you think is happening here?
So we have two problems with happiness. Happiness has been gradually declining in the United States since about 1990. So we're, 35 years in on a gradual decline. That's the happiness climate problem. It has to do with people are less likely to practice their religion. They're less likely to get married and have children. They're less likely to have close friends. And they're less likely to actually see their work as a calling than they did in the past. And the 4 habits of the happiest people are faith, family, friends, and work. Those are the big 4.
That's what I've been saying. Now, he misses the whole concept of country, but the idea of God, country, and family is a cornerstone on having a productive and a stable society. So he's just saying something I've been saying for years. But it's true. There are a lot of people that are unhappy. Now and you add in, they're unhappy. Let's take in a microcosm of what's going on in New York and with this whole Mondami and why these younger individuals are voting him, trying to vote him into the mayoralship. They're unhappy. Now, why? Because they have lost an affinity towards spirituality. A lot of these people either don't want to have families, demonize individuals that do have children, and or they are actually upset because they feel as though they can't create a family because of the cost of living, or their social network is such that they're not finding the right companion. And they don't have an affinity towards the country, about the history, about being patriotic. They think it's some sort of passé thing. So I come from the standpoint that those 3 pillars are super important: God, country, and family.
We talked about this on the show, 4 or 5 times. But then there's the storms, the weather of happiness, and this is something we really have to grapple with. Technology has changed the weather of happiness.
You're talking about this thing that we're all addicted to.
I've just finished a book that's coming out in March. This is the first stop. When this thing comes out in March, is we'll be talking about this and how we've changed our brains with the misuse of technology. That we're actually using the wrong hemisphere of our brain all the time, where we can't actually apprehend and understand the meaning of our lives, which is horrible.
What hemisphere?
Where the left hemisphere of the brain is the things and tasks, the right hemisphere is the mystery and the meaning.
Yeah.
And we need to be living in real life, in real love relationships, and having metaphysical experiences such that we can understand the meaning of our lives. But the more time that we're glued to our devices using technology, the more that we're relegating ourselves to the wrong side of the brain. Political polarization is another thing that's actually just ripping us apart. We're being effectively manipulated by the 5% extrinsic margins in politics who want us to fight each other. And that kind of polarization is really hurting the mood of the nation a lot.
Absolutely.
We actually need a rebellion of people who want to be happier, rebelling against their own side, whatever that side happens to be. And that's a hard thing to do. This can persist for it won't persist forever. But it's a hard thing. We need to do it.
You have been preaching an almost optimistic approach to our country for a long time.
Yeah.
I feel like we've known each other
years
15 years.
Yeah.
And you come in and you say, at some point, the country's going to turn. What is the turn?
Well, the turn, actually, these turns in history, and I'm not a historian, but what you do find is the mood of a nation tends to follow 50-year cycles. That's generally the case. And 2022 looked an awful lot like 1972.
1972.
Yeah, 1972.
Wait a
Radical.
second.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
What was the happiness index then?
Yeah, it was very low.
Are you
It was-
telling me it's gonna be a long time?
Yeah, it's gonna be a long time, but here's the good news, that we tend to actually have sort of an apogee when we get into the 25-year mark. So it's like,
Well,
it's,
actually, I'm happy.
yeah, I mean, well, and this is, but this is the broader point. Happiness is not a societal phenomenon, it's an individual phenomenon. And so each person watching us can say, the mood of the nation is all screwed up, New York City's gonna have a socialist mayor or I don't like the president of the United States or whatever they're talking about. If you want to fix that, pay attention to your relationship with the divine. Go hang out with your kids.
Right.
Go make better friends.
Okay, but let me throw a new element into the mix that did not exist literally 36 months ago.
Yeah, tell me.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, man.
Your new friend is this.
Yes, I know.
Right?
This is really what I'm talking about.
And that's what I'm concerned about. And by the way, if we were talking with Joe Lonsdale earlier, if the new friend is as successful as some of these valuations would suggest, we all may not actually go to work with friends because we won't have jobs. And so I think there's a lot of also anxiety out there around all of this.
There's a lot of anxiety about that. And there will be perturbation of the economy. There will be dislocation that's going to happen. It always happens with technology. But here's the thing for each one of us to understand. We're all interacting now individually with AI. We are. And anybody who isn't is just behind the curve and they're going to need to. It's you're going to either use it wrong and it's going to make you miserable, or you can use it right and make your life.
What does that mean? Tell us how to do it right then.
So the artificial intelligence or any tech is an adjunct to the left side of your brain, which is your tasks. It's never going to help you or complement the right side of your brain, which is mystery and meaning and love.
Yes,
It
don't
won't.
use sword and
It
make a
won't.
bunch of pornographic videos.
Yes, so so if you're using it to free up your time so you can go spend more time with your kids and your spouse, good for you. If, on the other hand, you're using it as your lover or your friend or your therapist, you're going to get sad and anxious and lonely. And the reason is your brain knows it's being used incorrectly. Even though you don't know it, your brain's going to.
That's interesting. So I have a bunch of friends. This is not me, but I do have a bunch of friends who talk about using this as a therapist.
It can't be done.
And have argued to me actually that it's been quite successful. In fact, I was just talking to somebody the other day who said that they thought that they had a human therapist,
right?
And they thought that they were using ChatGPT, and they thought that this understood them better.
Yeah, that means like a crummy therapist.
Are you a fan of therapy?
No, I mean, just in general, I think that there's a role for, of course,
For extreme situations.
Yeah, of course, mental treatment is so incredibly important. Thank God for psychiatric care in this country. It saved the lives of members of my family, to be sure. But the way that a lot of people use therapy today is to eradicate problems in their life. You go to therapy a lot of the time, you say, I'm sad and anxious. You're going to get sadder and more anxious. If you go to the campus counseling center at your university and you say you're sad and anxious, they're gonna try to treat you because it's a liability problem. Look, I tell my students at HBS, you're studying at Harvard. If you're not sad and anxious, you need therapy. It's a hard thing to do, and good for you for doing this hard thing. We have a pain eradication, a suffering eradication mentality, and that's a mistake.
I got a different one for you. What? It seems like people are more medicated than ever.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. And part of the reason for that is because the industrial complex around mental health today has talked about elimination of pain.
Right.
And the truth of the matter is you won't find the meaning of your life if you don't understand suffering. Your suffering is sacred. It can be disproportionate. It can be dysregulated. There are people who actually absolutely need these drug regimens, which have been miraculous and saved a lot of lives. But many, many, many people are turning to them as opposed to understanding the meaning of what their life is all about. Life on earth has a lot of suffering in it, is the bottom line.
Maybe the good news is people are drinking less.
People are drinking less. There's a lot more cannabis. And this is also something that I really admire about young people today among my students. They're using actually mostly fewer substances than people of my generation. Because the truth is anything that is euphoric is neurotoxic.
Right.
And so you have to be very serious about the decision making you have. Now you can make the decision, I'm going to have a glass of wine. Good for you. But the truth is if you're bored or anxious and that's the reason you're using euphoric substances, it's going to lead to trouble.
You just started a new podcast. You become a member of your podcaster now.
Yeah.
You happy about that?
It's super fun because what I'm doing, well, I've been writing a column in the Atlantic for a long time called How to Build a Life every Thursday morning. I have 275 columns in the bank, which means that I've done the work, I've done the research on this. And in my podcast, I talk about different areas of happiness in depth. mostly I'm talking to the camera. Sometimes I have some guests and that can be pretty popular too. But the most popular podcast that I've done so far is I talked about my 6-part neuroscience-based morning routine for greater happiness and wellness. And I got millions of viewers, got millions of listeners on the basis of
We
that.
could
That's
use
the-
that morning routine. Can you do that morning routine if you host a morning show?
It sort of depends on what morning means to you. I mean, you get up at 4:30.
I'm up at 4:30. She's up at 3:30.
You're up at 3:30 a.m. It's 3:45. Yeah, that's the 15. Is that the game changer?
Yeah, some days I sleep till 4.
Yeah, I get up at 4:30 and it's really important. The key thing to remember is that your day is much better if you get up before the sun. There's a lot of neuroscience research on that. And then you have to design your day around the rhythms that you've got for your work, to be sure. But I work out super hard first thing in the morning, and then I go mass every morning. And then so I've got, wake up before the sun, body and
Did
soul.
you do that this morning before you came here?
Yeah.
Wow.
And and this is great. This show is perfect for my schedule, as a matter of fact. Because and I'm not a natural morning lark, by the way.
Yeah, me neither.
I thought all the way through my 20s I was a night owl. Well, it turned out I was just a musician who drank too much. And well,
I will say this routine saves you. So.
it's
It
really
kills you slowly by the lack of sleep you get, but it does save you.
that's because this morning starts last night.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of
All right.
Center.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. This will help to build muscle, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. And by doing that, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, you're building muscle. Make sure you do resistance training. I also have the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is very similar to the Gladiator barley, except it doesn't focus on the building of the muscle. It helps to detoxify the body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals. So if you want to also build muscle, get the Gladiator barley. And the collagen. Collagen is a dual purpose supplement. It'll help with your skin, your hair, and your nails, help with your joints and your cartilage, your musculature, and your bone density. This is a month supply. Take it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk. And do some resistance training, and it's going to help with building denser bone, help with the joint health, but also the dermal layer for your skin. This stacks well with the vitamin C and magnesium that I have on my store. When you drink 32 to 64 ounces throughout the day of filtered water, take the vitamin C and take the collagen. The vitamin C and the collagen will cross-link and improve your dermal layer. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. All righty. All right, let's listen into the hill about the Atlas 3I comet.
The discovery of an object from outside our solar system is sparking debate in the scientific community. The object is called 3I Atlas, and NASA says that it's a comet that was first discovered in July. It's currently passing through our solar system, reaching a point about 130 million miles from the sun, and it's just the third interstellar object ever discovered in our solar system. There's lots of questions being asked about where it actually comes from, and some are questioning what it even is.
Now, NASA insists everything they've studied about it so far leads them to believe that it's just a normal comet. But physicist Avi Loeb isn't totally convinced. He suggests there's a chance, even if it's just a small one, that the comet is artificially made, meaning it's alien technology. In a series of essays, Loeb has cited anomalies with the comet that he says support the argument of the 3I Atlas being sent to our solar system intentionally, and that of course raises questions about who sent it, what their intentions are. Loeb says that even if it's most likely a comet, his alternative hypothesis is worth looking into because of the massive implications it would have for humanity if it turned out to be true.
Loeb is also a Harvard professor and founder of the Galileo Project, which was created to search for evidence of extraterrestrial life. He joins us now here on Rising to talk about his ideas. Welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Let's begin by maybe you could describe the characteristics of this object. Are we talking about very large object, a very small object, what its physical components are? Do we know anything about that? Fill us in.
As soon as it was discovered, it was obvious that this object is quite large, and that was July 1st, 2025, and my wife wanted us to go on vacation, but I realized that I had to write a paper, so I didn't really enjoy the beach much. I estimated the size has to be of over Manhattan Island if the brightness stems from the reflection of the object. Turns out that there is a lower limit on its size, which is about 5 kilometers, and the mass is at least 30 billion tons, based on the fact that it maintains course so far, despite the fact that it's losing 150.
This dovetails really well with the happiness video that we just played on CNBC. Maybe we need aliens to give us happiness.
Kilograms per second. This is a big object. It's 1 million times more massive than the first interstellar object discovered 8 years ago. And the question is, why haven't we found millions of smaller objects before we find this giant one? And then on top of that, it looks as if it came along the plane of the planets around the sun. The chance of that happening at random is 1 in 500. And the question arises as to whether this trajectory was planned as part of a reconnaissance mission, because it's coming very close to Mars, Venus, and Jupiter.
Right.
Unusually close.
And they doing the reconnaissance to make sure that if ET lands, that ET will be safe. And they probably said, don't go to Earth because it's a land of the fruits and the nuts, because it's run by a bunch of Marxist socialists. You think ET is a socialist? You think ET is a Marxist? I don't think so.
You need to arrange a special timing so that it will be at the right time at the right place. And it came closest to the sun yesterday. Unfortunately, we can't look at it from Earth because the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun. That could have also been a hint of a technological design. We found in the gas around it, we found nickel without iron, very little iron, mostly nickel. And the only place where we have such a composition is nickel alloys that are produced industrially for aerospace applications. And there was a jet coming from this object, a glow that extended towards the sun during July and August. We don't see that around comets. This is an anti-tail. Usually we see dust and gas which are pushed away from the sun as a result of the solar radiation pressure or the solar wind. Now, yesterday, the first report about what it's doing closest to the sun came out. These are instruments that are capable of looking very close to the sun. And it was realized that, in fact, the object is brightening. It becomes very bright right now as it comes close to the sun, and it's turning blue. And the color blue is very surprising because if there's any dust shed off a natural nucleus of a comet, the dust would make it red. And usually the surface of the object is at least an order of magnitude cooler than the surface of the sun. But what the new data indicates is that the object is bluer than the sun. How is that possible? For that, you need to arrange a temperature somewhere on the object which is higher than the temperature of the sun in order for it to be bluer than the sun. And the sun has a surface temperature of 5,800 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. That's huge. You know, that's 20 times the temperature on Earth right now. So the question is, what is going on? And I'm saying it could be a black swan event where we expect it most likely to be a natural object, but we have to attend to the possibility that it might not be natural just because the implications would be huge for humanity.
Now, Avi, I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit freaked out when I first read this news about 3AI, what's a 3I Atlas. But now that I want to understand, people who could see you and know that you are a smart man. We're not talking about somebody on X who just pointed out some random conspiracy theory. You're teaching at Harvard. Explain why you're not getting the response that you're looking for from professionals and other leaders like NASA team to really look into this. What's the issue?
Yeah, the issue is that scientists.
I think if you're not using the van to do business travel, then you're missing out. My name's Clay, and I'm chief of staff for the go-to-market office.
Yeah, the issue is that scientists, and that's completely justified, very often are attracted to the most likely explanation. That's what establishes them as experts. Experts are relying on past knowledge. But here we have a blind date with an interstellar visitor, and it's a blind date of a type that we've never had before. So relying on past knowledge is not a good practice. But more importantly, usually, if you look at an exploding star at the edge of the universe, it has no implications for society. So it's better not to take risks and say, oh, that's an exploding star of a type that we understand. However, in a case where you have a visitor to your backyard, the visitor might enter through your front door. That's a situation where there is an important threat to humanity, and therefore, even low probability events have to be taken seriously. That's something that the scientific community.
There is zero chance that ET is going to be coming down onto Earth during your lifetime. Zero chance. You know why? Because ET doesn't want to deal with crazy liberals.
Including NASA does not necessarily understand. Now, NASA does understand the fact that there could be rocks that come close to Earth, and we know that the dinosaurs were killed 66 million years ago by a giant rock the size of Manhattan Island. We know that, and therefore NASA has a plan to discover near-Earth objects that could pose a threat to us if they are rocks. But NASA did not think as of yet about the possibility that an object which has some technology in it might be in the sky, even though NASA itself launched a lot of technological objects into the sky. And I'm just saying NASA is not the most accomplished space agency in the Milky Way galaxy since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. We better recognize that. It would be arrogant to claim that NASA is the only agency polluting space with technological objects. So if there was another NASA-like agency around the exoplanet billions of years ago, simply because the parent star formed billions of years before the sun, we know most of the stars formed before the sun. The sun just is a late star that formed just in the last 1/3 of cosmic history. The point is that their gadgets could have arrived at our backyard by now, because even Voyager takes less than 1 billion years to cross the entire Milky Way galaxy. And that's enough time for gadgets from other civilizations to have reached us. So we should be open-minded when we see new objects that are anomalous. Unfortunately, most scientists do not take risks. I'm saying, well, it's fine not to take risks, except when you deal with an implication to humanity or society. We have to consider these possibilities, and we have to collect as much data as possible. That's my point. If it turns out to be a natural object, which it may very well be, so be it. What could be the worst case scenario? That we know much more about it. But we cannot just dismiss it as a natural object that we don't need to take data about.
Dr. Loeb, thank you so much for joining us to elucidate that.
I am not worried about ET. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity. And therefore, your cells will perform better. And it's the foundation for my anti-aging protocol. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the complete multivitamin. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen to Bloomberg about Mondami.
Economic stability. And those are the ones that are really going to be interesting to see who comes through. But, my money has got to still be on Mondani all the way, even though Cuomo really does have an operation, the political operation that he's used and used well over time. New York City is a far different animal than New York State.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think of these numbers, Megan? How do you spell blowout? 10% or 25%?
I think anything, you only have to win by 1 vote. So I think that these polling numbers, if there are any indicators, are showing that he'll be fine, and it will probably be an early night. I do think it's interesting that you do see some more business people and more the wealthy class of New York City starting to sort of get a little bit anxious, and you see them getting more involved, more commercials going up. So I think it's a little too late for that, but I do think the early vote the numbers are already staggering to what they have been in the past.
Well, let's talk about Andrew Cuomo here for a moment, who, by the way, was endorsed yesterday by Michael Bloomberg. To be clear, in the New York City mayoral race, Michael Bloomberg has also donated to a super PAC supporting Cuomo. And Michael Bloomberg is, of course, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg TV and radio. So here we are. Whether endorsements matter in this case could be its own show here, Megan, but we're looking at a world in which moderate Democrats and Republicans are warming up to the idea of Andrew Cuomo as mayor. Could it make a difference?
I just think it's a little too late. And I think a 3-person race, it's interesting because people wanted Curtis Lewa to drop out, but I'm not sure that really makes a difference if Republicans are going to vote for somebody or they're going to vote for Cuomo. So I just think it's a little too late. I think that maybe if we were having this conversation 3-4 weeks ago, we might see a different outcome next week. I just think that the clock is running out here.
What would you tell Andrew Cuomo to do as a Republican strategist, Lisa, to try to get those votes over the next couple of days?
I mean, he's got to continue to talk about stability. I mean, Republicans, the market, New York City, they like stability. They like to know what to expect. And they like to know that someone that can come into that office can actually make a difference. So that's the message that Cuomo, I think, has been resoundingly using over and over again: experience, experience, experience. But voters in New York have made this decision before. I mean, we've seen the last 2 mayors that were elected there were unconventional candidates. I think New York likes to switch it up, and I think Mondani's going to be just fine on election night. But with Andrew Cuomo, I'm talking about stability and I'm talking about predictability, because that's, I think, what people want to see, especially with a president that represents a little less of that.
Interesting, in terms of other endorsements, Tom Suozzi, even Mike Lawler, the Republican, has endorsed Andrew Cuomo. Pretty fascinating to consider where we're at here. When Mike Lawler is endorsing Andrew Cuomo, what does that say about the race? I guess it's a statement more on Mondani than it is.
I think that's a vote against Mondani and not for Andrew Cuomo. And I think that's a lot of what people are doing. It's very similar to what you saw Democrats do in 24. They voted against Trump, not necessarily for Kamala Harris. So there's a lot of parallels there. But their numbers aren't there for Cuomo to win at this point, but I do think it's important for people who do not believe in his views to endorse somebody else. I think you just shouldn't always go along with your party just because. So I do have a lot of respect for Tom Suozzi and for Mike Lawler for coming out and endorsing Cuomo.
Yeah, well, all right. So, the real stuff comes down sometimes to how local you can get. Lisa, you reminded us in the New Jersey gubernatorial race that the difference between pork roll and Taylor ham could, in fact, declare the winner in this race between Mikey Sherrill.
I'm not sure that it was
you
whether
can stop me if you want. It was knowing which was which. So I'm going to ask you again. You remember in the last debate for New York mayor, they were asked at the end, "What is your breakfast bodega order?" We're going to have to see if we can pull this out here. We can't use it. All right, I guess I'll get sued if I play that. Mondani had a different answer than the other 2. I think it was something on a bagel. It was egg on a bagel with jalapenos. I'll have to go back and read this.
With no salt.
That was Andrew Cuomo, and Sliwa had no salt. But guess what? He just landed. Mondani landed the United Bodegas of America endorsement. Lisa, is this thing shut down?
I don't know that makes a difference, but those are a vote from small businesses that are looking at a candidate that they think can make a difference for them. And that's where that makes a difference, I think, more than anything, because that city is full of small business owners who really want a mayor that can help make change.
Egg, cheese, jalapeno. Thank you, Cece. Not just small business, but small businesses owned and operated by immigrants.
Yeah, actually, I think that's actually really interesting for someone who wants government-run grocery stores. And the union for the bodegas is coming.
Which they opposed initially.
Exactly. So I do think that is a really interesting dynamic here. But I also think they see the writing on the wall. They're reading the same polls we are, and they also know that they're going to have to work with Mondani. They're going to have to rely on him for different regulations, all sorts of things that the city government is responsible for. So it's a smart political play by them.
Yeah. Lisa, this is going to take place, of course, the same day that we have elections, as I mentioned, in Virginia and New Jersey. Are you in the same place when it comes to Chitterelli in New Jersey?
Yes, I am. I'm still watching it closely, and I think that it's going to be a very close race in New Jersey. New Jersey never disappoints. It's always down to the last minute. But I think it's going to be a good night for Democrats, and I think that I hope for them that they don't over-index on the fact that they were successful, because it's less about their candidates, more about the issues, and they're going to have to pay very close attention to what this means for the midterms.
I think you're expecting a blowout for the Democrat in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. How about New Jersey? How come Mikey Sherrill is not doing better right now?
I think just like what Lisa was saying, I think affordability issues, and I think that those are really hard issues to break through. And I know she's really leaned into the energy prices. I know she's leaned into some child safety issues. I think the Trump factor here is really important. I think Cottrell was really hanging his hat on Trump, and I do think that is concerning for a lot of Democrats and people. Just the crazier things that Trump does, the worse it is, I think, when you're in some of these states for the midterms. But I do agree with Lisa. Dems need to be really careful here. If they are victorious, like it is showing that they might be, they need to really watch and really hone in on those affordability issues leading into the midterms and not to stay comfortable.
Understood. Does she have the energy, the charisma? Is she the right candidate? Because there's been a lot of questions about candidate quality here.
I think she's great, and I think that she will be a great governor. She is very moderate. She knows what she's doing. She will govern on day one. I think she is a new generation for Democrats. She has a national security background. She brings different style of leadership, and that's okay. And the Democratic Party needs that. And I welcome her, and I welcome Abigail Spanberger. Yes. And if they both are victorious, I think they are great leaders to look forward to for our party.
Anyone who's living in Virginia, the area, looking forward to these ads coming down. Yeah. Lisa, where will New Jersey be decided?
I think I'd pay very close attention to North Jersey, right in the shadows of Wall Street, where folks live. I mean, Bergen County will always go Republican, but some of those other northern counties went for Trump last go around, and so that's going to be where we're going to have to watch and see. The other thing too, Joe, I'd like to point out is that this is the first time in my history that I can ever remember that two females would lead the governor's office if, in fact, they both win on Tuesday.
How about that? Producer James reminds us the Emerson poll that I mentioned for the New York mayoral race has numbers on New Jersey gubernatorial. Sherrill is 49 to 48 over Chitterelli. Is that how close this race is?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be extremely close. It might be more than 1 point, but it is going to be close, and it will not be called right away. You know, some of these are just called right when the polls close. I think it's going to, go 10, 11, maybe even midnight. So I think that Virginia and New York will be called much earlier, but I think we're in for a little bit more of a wait for New Jersey.
You see this as a 1-point contest, Lisa?
I think it can be very close. I mean, Joe, I hate to say it out loud, but it's the kind of thing. Last time Jack Chitterelli ran for governor, he was so close that they had to recount. So I think that there's going to be a lot of, it could be a late night, it could be well into day after the election. That's how close I think it's going to be in New Jersey.
Well, this is going to be a riot. And as I mentioned, we'll have special coverage. That'll be next Tuesday, live from New York here on Balance of Power. Many thanks to our great panel. This is a great conversation and fun to get ready for these elections with.
New York's going to turn Marxist. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Veggie Cap probiotic or the powdered probiotic. Very high quality. Take either one. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And by taking a good probiotic, you're improving your gut biome, improving your immune system at the gut level, maintaining that mucosal barrier and improving it. You're improving the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. Your metabolism will improve. You'll be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're reducing leaky gut syndrome, and you'll be able to sleep better. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality probiotics that I have. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. That's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day. Make sure you go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Have a nice day.